Hello, hello. Finally gonna finish this case. So from what I remember, it hasn't really started yet. Just talking a bit about Sholmes' violin really wasn't his violin. Went to the pawnbroker, got his violin back. We're talking to Gina, if I remember correctly. She got her coat back or something like that from here. Yeah. She went right into the pockets. Oh, you mean? What? You know, it's rude to stare at a lady. Oh, I see. So it came from the pocket of the overcoat, did it? You mean this disc? And yes, exactly, ma'am. And she immediately tried to pawn it. For quite a high price as well. It's rather suspicious, I think. Oh, hang on. My controller is still plugged in. And it just vibrated. It scared me. Give it up. I'm trying to pawn something. Like anyone else would. Miss... Lestrade, whatever. May I ask who deposited the overcoat here in the first place? Well, me? Doesn't really appear to be your size. Me old man. It's me old man, ain't it? Is it, Miss Lestrade? Lestrade? Yes, this is definitely rather suspicious. Out of my way, please. Seems kind of familiar, maybe. Maybe not. Who's this picture postcard English gentleman? Good day to you, ladies, gentlemen. What's your problem, eh? There's no problem, as long as you remove yourself. I have a matter to discuss with the proprietor. And if you intend to make a problem of it, I shall see you outside, little girl. For the hiding you deserve. Look, ain't it obvious? I ain't done talking with him yet. Think such a gent. If you think you're such a gent, you know how to wait in line. Well, you are an impudent little brat, aren't you? As well as a pickpocket. Who are you? How do you know who I am? Question is, how do you not know who I am? And of course, you even remember the faces of your victims, it seems. What? You mean from you? Broker? Yes, sir? I believe this filthy pocket thief had just redeemed an article from you, no? Yes, yes. The article in question belongs to me. Demand for it to be returned at once. Oh my. Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you Astral? And needless to say, Any music box this too. No, you can't have it. You just can't. It's me old man's. Or it was. Now it's mine. Goodness, Mr. Naohiro. This is a very awkward situation. Yes. I think perhaps we should hear both sides of the story in a little more detail. Miss Lestrade is what the gentleman is saying. What do you think? It's all lies, ain't it? Obviously. I swear on my life, you never laid eyes on that dandy before. It's here now, you little ragamuffin. Stole it, didn't you? I take it you brought in here just now? No, I swear it. I swear it to God. It was barely an hour ago. I was walking along the street, minding my own business, when this little gutterling ran into me, and about once what happened. I've been robbed yet again, I thought to myself. Those wretched pickpockets. Yet again? Oh yes, as you can see, I'm a man of impeccable style. This isn't the first time I've been targeted by these back-slum scoundrels. Now then, relinquish my overcoat. Come along now, Miss Lestrade. Give the good gentleman his coat back. If you're going to cause trouble, I shall have no choice but to call the police. Hold on, why does everyone think it's me? Let's look at this dandy cove, and you think I'm the dodgy one? I'm sorry, but no one else can believe you. Well, what about evidence? Yeah. Where's your evidence that I've stole something, eh? Come on, let's see it. Oh, I have evidence, naturally. You what? Evidence that the article Miss Lestrade redeemed actually belongs to this gentleman? Of course, we need only to consult Mr. Windybank's ledger. Tell the truth. We'll be able to look up the name of the person who deposited the article in the first place. Yes, brilliant. I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid that won't be possible. Oh? Never ask customers' names. That's a strict policy of mine. Kind of a dumb policy, don't you think? But why not? Well now, as you can imagine, some of my customers have circumstances to consider. Great many of them prefer to maintain their anonymity. Yes, I see. Then how can you know if an article belongs to the person asking to redeem it? Oh, it's quite simple. Good sir, might I trouble you for the watchword associated with the article in question? Of course, it's... Professor, are you a JoJo character? Yes, that's right, and that's all the evidence we need. This gentleman is the rightful owner of the article. A watchword? Interesting. So, about these watchwords, Mr. Windybank. As I just explained, I never ask customers' names when they deposit items with me. There are many reasons why. Certain customers would like to keep their activities secret. Sholmes, I guess he's talking about. That wasn't exactly a subtle glance at Mr. Sholmes now, was it? Great detectives have no dark secrets. None at all. Yes, well, anyway, that's why I always ask for a watchword whenever I accept a new article. In many ways, it's like the secret combination of numbers we use to unlock a vault. The date of deposit, a description, and the watchword uniquely identify each item. And of course, then I give the storage ticket to the customer. When someone comes to redeem things, I ask for the ticket and the watchword. And if that someone tells you the correct watchword, you return the article? That's right, sir. Yes. Just as soon as the requisite fee is paid. And I supplied you with the information you require already, but for the avoidance of doubt. Article in question is an overcoat, deposited 2 months ago on 15th of February. The watchword of Professor. All perfectly correct information, sir. But, ow. Really, this is beyond a joke now. There's no further room for doubt. Excuse me, but who are you? One would expect the inquirer to introduce himself first. Though clearly you're not British, so perhaps our ways are foreign to you. Oh, sorry, yes, we're from the Empire of Japan. We're studying here. Oh yes, Japan. I've heard talk of the place. Its inhabitants live on some fiery, brown-colored soup. Just up with exotic spices? Talking about curry? He's talking about curry and was thinking of India? I don't know. You might be thinking of somewhere else. And what was that theatrical gesticulation about? Perhaps. Anyways, if you are a gentleman, sir, you offer your own name first before inquiring after the name of another. Of course, yes. Moronosuke Naruhodo. I'm a lawyer. Well, a student of law, really. My name is Satomi Kotoba. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's assistant. I see. My name is Benedict. Eggert? Benedict? My name's Eggert? Is that a real name? Eggs Benedict. Whatever. Enchante. Or Enchante. He's so unrefined with how he holds himself and how he speaks. That name is suspicious. Now, to the matter at hand. My overcoat, return it at once to someone with style to carry it off. This dude is absolutely gonna be in the next trial. And we're gonna have to see him do all sorts of shit, probably. Every move he makes, every breath he takes. Can't stand watching him. That doesn't fit his hat at all anymore. So let there be an end to the matter. And thank you for your custom, Mr. Egbert Benedict. With such reasonable rates of interest, I may even decide to come back. That's why I hate grown-ups. Just because I'm a diver, everyone thinks that makes me a liar. And the contents of the coat pockets, if you please, Broker. But of course, sir, here is the disc for you. Just this one? Pardon, sir? Was expecting another. Or that is, I deposited another? Another disc? Oh dear. I regret to inform you, sir, that what was deposited with me was merely an overcoat. The disc happened to be in one of the pockets, but I was completely unaware of it until now. So, Gutterling, you're hiding more of what's rightfully mine, are you? Says who, eh? I don't know nothing about it. Very well. And I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Wait a minute, that disc is mine. What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Oh my, yes, there is blood on the disc. Because of all those sharp little bumps. The man must have scratched his finger on them. Found it first, alright? I mean, it belonged to me, old man. So you're not having it. Oi, you take it. Me? If I hang on to it, they'll have it off me again. So you keep hold of it. Miss Lestrade, why is this so important to her? The music box disc has been entered to the court record. Metal disc used to play music in a mechanical music box. Piece of music which remains unidentified is stored on the disc by means of small protrusions. You there, in the black library. I forgot sub-only mode was still on. Sorry. I thought the bot that's been used for the dumb what you call it? The other bots, the raid bots, I thought it would turn off automatically, but I think I have to go into the chat and say join every single time. Maybe. In order for it to come in, I don't know. Anyways, you there in the black library. Hand that disc to me at once, please. No, don't. He's lying. Grown-ups are all liars. What do I do now? I'm not gonna resolve this. You wanna say something? Mr. Sholmes, what are you examining with such keen interest there? As you enjoy a bar of caramel, I see. So, you found me at last, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? After that young pickpocket sent me on my way, I was forced to lurk in the shadows. Cruelly ostracized as the rest of you partook in the jovial atmosphere of fellowship. I had nothing to occupy my mind, but I was too ashamed to let society see what my downfall has done to me. So feigning mock interest, I pretended to examine the tedious trinkets in this desolate place. Whilst you shrewdly observed, gnawing on the only friend I have left, the 7% solution of caramel. Pray, do you claim to understand the depths of my despair, Mr. Naruhodo? But how could you? I was so lonely, so desperately lonely. Then, why on earth didn't you rejoin the conversation? Things have gone from bad to worse here, you know? Yes, I overheard much of your conversation. Or rather, in my craven of human contact, my ears devoured every word that was uttered. You really were sad, weren't you? Poor Mr. Sholmes, I simply feel awful for you. I feel simply awful for you. It would seem that my inferences are correct. Oh, surely you're not about to tell us? That you saw the entire case once again? Dear madam, sometimes I wonder. Were my genius for deduction to be commoditized. Commoditized? Whatever. How much could I pawn it for? Seems Mr. Sholmes has had another of his flashes of inspiration. But who knows if it would help resolve the situation between Miss Lestrade and the mysterious gentleman. What is the right thing here? Alright, let's listen to it. Well, Miss Lestrade, it would appear you find yourself in something of a predicament. Where the blue blazes have you been, eh? Pardon? When a lady's in trouble, a true gent's supposed to be there to help. Straight away, not an hour later. Harsh. And who, pray tell, are you? Mr. Egbert Benedict? You have in my eyes a veritable, encyclopedic array of curiosities about your person. Nevertheless, there are two immovable conclusions I have drawn. I beg your pardon? The first is this. True reason for your visit to this pawnbrokery today is something you have not revealed. And the second is this. A considerable crime is in contemplation, one you will orchestrate with intent to steal a vast sum of money. Well, Mr. Benedict, what say you to my deductions? Ow. It's turned white as a hard-boiled egg. It would seem that once again, Mr. Sholmes has made a flawless deduction. So you think you are, sir? Ah yes, as I hoped. That is precisely the pain expression I was looking for. So, shall we begin? The time has come for yet another Sherlock Sholmes logic and reasoning spectacular. Alright, what do you gotta say? Mystery Man's name? First of all, you must ask yourselves on what business you ventured into this pawnbrokery today. You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. It's in your hand. As revealed by that which you hold in your hand. Yes, what brought you to this shop in the first place is the staff recruitment flyer. The piece of paper in your hand is staff wanted advertisement from this very shop. Yet even the most unobservant would soon realize that a man of your appearance has no need for such employ. In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your actions. The cane, which you unwittingly clutched to your person, exhibits a incontrovertible contradiction. What I thought. I've had this cane for years. The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the missing ferrule. The end of many walking canes would be terminated with a middle ferrule to protect the wooden tip. And yet, detailed analysis shows the wooden tip of this stick is to be utterly bare. Therefore, there is only one conclusion. The rod which you hold in your hand, which appears to be a walking cane, is in fact no cane at all. You recoil, sir? Something wrong? Well... And in your recoiling, you inadvertently found... I'll say... whatever. The answer of your next conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see? From the moment I saw it, my suspicions were aroused. What walking cane demands such a stout handle? Mused I. But of course, as I said, this is no walking cane. No, that rod. Is the broken handle of a shovel? What? You insane? Now, having determined this undeniable truth, the conclusion is clear. Your true motives for coming here was to take employment at this establishment in order to excavate the ground beneath the premises. What a calculated crime you've conceived, sir. A wickedly calculated crime. That feels so off. Great crime. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. For we must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have been planning. This is utterly absurd. Absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, intend to excavate the ground beneath this pawnbrokery with a broken shovel? What on earth do you propose I could expect to find in there? Some long-forgotten treasure, I suppose? Save for such a fanciful theory, what possible reason could I have to do as you say? Oh, but there is ample reason. And you're only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. Ah, and your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. What? Let us consider what motive a man to infiltrate a shop such as this and covertly dig beneath the floor. Answers revealed that counsel notice on the counter which you avert your eyes. Which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. This letter gives notice of public works to be carried out in the local area. In accordance to the enclosed plan of the upcoming sewage works, beneath the shop runs a sewer adjoining another, one that runs under the bank on the opposite side of the road. This madness has entered my sewers now. Has entered the sewers now, has it? By excavating the ground beneath our feet, you would gain access to the waterway that flows in very close proximity to the great vault of the financial institution opposite. Are you? In summary, sir, you devise a master plan to pull off an elaborate bank robbery by dint of the underground tunnels. Master plan? Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this scheme? With what plunder did the thief hope to make off from the underground vault of the bank? Are you quite serious? Having consulted with the Scotland Yard some days ago, I happen to know the answer. Naturally, the answer is no secret to you, is it, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us all we need to know. Postcard of the Great Expedition? I'm afraid you've quite lost me. Currently in the final stages of preparation, the Great Expedition will soon be underway. The government has provided extra funds to complete its centerpiece, the Crystal Tower. Funds that currently sit in the vault of the bank on the other side of this road. Pardon? Yes, a considerable crime you have been contemplating. is the theft of which sits in the vault of the bank. Special reserve funds for the Great Expedition. Of course, that is top secret police information, so keep it on your hat, please. Alright, now we gotta fix all that. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this broking puzzle. Mr. Sholmes. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? An impressively upbeat deduction for a detective racked with loneliness, would you not agree? Was it true what you said about the bank over the road and what it has in the vault? Indeed, though few knows of its existence. It is one of the government's most closely guarded secrets. Gregson told me, in the strictest confidence. You just announced it to everyone here, rather loudly, in fact. Ah. And if it's such a big secret, how would Mr. Benedict have come to find out about it? There can be only one explanation for that. Clearly, it is because that man is a criminal. But what if he didn't know anything about the money in the vault? He is a criminal, as you say. And then buying a brand new shovel? Surely be the first thing he does now that you revealed the secret. Oh. Or if he doesn't. Maybe Mr. Wendybake will? Already has plenty of shovels here after all. Oh, my life. I assure you I'm not that unscrupulous. Well, hopefully this has taught you a valuable lesson. Sensitive information must be handled with the utmost care. One can never be sure that someone privy to secrets won't disclose them, and once the word is out, it's out. Perhaps I'll think twice before confiding in you next time, Mr. Sholmes. An excellent idea, Mr. Naruhodo. An excellent idea. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, you know what to do, I'm sure. Yes, let's listen to that great deduction again. See if we can massage it into shape. Very well then, let us start once more from the beginning. Of Herlock Sholmes' magnificent logic and reasoning spectacular. First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business he ventured this pawnbrokery today. You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. That is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. As revealed by which you hold in your hand. Yes, what brought you here in the shop in the first place? Staff recruitment flyer. So, by Mr. Sholmes' reasoning, Mr. Benedict came here in order to apply for a job, so he can dig down through the floor. Yes, and attempt to tunnel into the sewers to gain access to the money in the vault of the bank across the road. But he wouldn't get very far with a broken shovel, would he? No, I think it's fair to say his motives lie elsewhere. Question is, where? What did bring Mr. Benedict here on a particular point in time? What is this? What does it say? Oh! Look at all the scribbled notes in the back of the flyer here. I don't believe it! What is it? Listen to what it says. Name, Gina Lestrade, height, 5'2". Green cap, scruffy waistcoat, grubby white shirt, blue satchel, hat. A detailed description of Miss Lestrade. Goodness. Seen a sketch of her, hat and all. Although, if you showed it to her, she'd fire that smoke grenade launcher in his face for sure. And look, the details on the shop has been written down here too. Bank's Pawnbrokery, Baker Street, Redemption Line, 15th of April. It's today's date. Why would Mr. Benedict have all this information scrawled on the back of the piece of paper?
Take that!
Yes, what brought you to this shop in the first place is the info about Miss Lestrade. Quite so, my dear fellow. It would appear that the writing is sketched on the reverse of the flyer. Pertaining to the pickpocket, Miss Lestrade, to Mr. Whitney Banks, pawnbroker here. Ah. You originally told us that you had merely given a chase after Miss Lestrade stole the redemption ticket from you. But that, sir, is a thinly veiled lie. It is the information on the back of the flyer that led you here today, by which I mean here, to Winnie Banks Pawnbroker, and today for the redemption deadline of that overcoat. So, you wait outside for the young girl mentioned in the description you have written down to arrive? You have gone some lengths to hide the reason for which you pursue your pursuit of Miss Lestrade. Lestrade. Okay. In other words, there's some ulterior motive for your actions. The cane, which you unwittingly cuts to your person, exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction. Utter rot. I've had this cane for years. The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, missing ferrule. What's a ferrule? It's a metal cap commonly found at the end of the cane, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, but that makes a nice clacking sound on the pavement. Yes, exactly. Mr. Sholmes is right. It appears to be missing on this cane. But it doesn't actually look broken, does it? No, it doesn't. Though the gentleman certainly did recoil when Mr. Sholmes identified the cane as suspicious. In other words, some secret about the cane that Mr. Benedict would rather we not know. Is it this? Look here, Mrs. Otto. There's some letters on the handle. Ah, yes, those must be initials, I think. In the West, it's customary for people to engrave their belongings with the first letters of their names. So Herlock Sholmes will be HS, you mean? That's right. The initials on this cane, obviously. Oh. A-G? Why does it feel as though it's not quite right?
Take that!
The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the initial. A most astute observation, what do you say, Mr. Egbert Benedict? We are led to believe, sir, that your initials are EB. Yet, in most possessive manner, you have in your grasp a cane bearing the initials AG. An incontrovertible contradiction indeed, would you not agree? No, you're wrong. This cane isn't. You said before you had that cane for years. What I'm trying to tell us you just borrowed it from a friend or found it in the park. In short, though you hold yourself to be a gentleman, you have withheld your true name. Did he just rip his pants? Or rip the jacket? You recoil, sir. Is something wrong? And in your recoiling, you are inadvertently Facilitate? Facilitate? I don't know. The answer of your the next conundrum present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. Let's consider the bare bones of what happened here. Lestrade redeemed a fine-looking overcoat, and now a mysterious man has appeared introducing himself with a fake name, and claiming that the overcoat belongs to him. We know that he actually identified Miss Lestrade from a written description, which suggests that everything else he told us is untrue. So, what we need to do here is somehow prove that the overcoat can not possibly belong to him. Yeah, did it rip? Is that what we heard? Because if it actually is his overcoat, it would fit perfectly, would it not? Yeah, here we go.
Take that!
The split seam, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see? Ah. Yes, because the overcoat is rather obviously a poor fit. Having forced it over your broad shoulders, the seam is already breaking apart. My suspicions were aroused from the outset. When you so badly lied about your name and so boldly waylaid this pickpocket. This catalog of untruths has all been for one very specific purpose. To steal the article that the young girl redeemed from Mr. Moneybank. But what really irks me is this. The considerable crime I initially imagined has been considerably curtailed. To abscond with the redeemed item. Okay. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. For we must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have been planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, designed a wheeze to filch some tawdry article of pawnage? Have you forgotten that I have redeemed the article in the proper manner, using the watchword? Had I not been the one to deposit it in the first place? How could I possibly know the relevant details? N'est-ce pas? Oh, the watchword can be discovered. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. Ah, in your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. But let's consider how one might come to learn a secret watchword relating to the pawned property of another. The method is revealed by the council notice on the counter, which your eyes were inadvertently drawn to. Direction of deduction must charge rather dramatically now. The direction of deduction must change rather dramatically now, I think. Yes, no more talk of tunneling into the sewers. Which is a pity, because it all sounded rather exciting. Anyway, can't deny that this mysterious gentleman did know the watchword. Yes, Professor. If you didn't know that word, Mr. Moneybank would have never allowed you to redeem the article. Or looking at it another way, if you did know the word, Mr. Moneybank would have allowed you to redeem the article whether it was yours or not. So the question is, could this gentleman have found the watchword out somehow? Yeah, what about this? The notelet? What's on here? Look at this, Mr. Sato. Ah, it appears to be a memo that Mr. Moneybank has scribbled it to himself. Let's see, what does it say? Oh, Professor. Mr. Moneybank must take note of watchwords his customers give him right before their eyes. An alarmingly clear script as well. Oh dear, I don't know where to look. Who knows what the other secrets are? Who knows what other secrets I might see? So yeah, it must be this.
Take that!
The method is revealed by the notelet on the counter which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. Yes, the broker here follows the same procedure whenever a customer comes to redeem an article. He asks the customers for the watchword and notes down the response uttered on a notelet he has to hand. Then he consults his ledger and confirms whether or not the watchword matches that of the article in question. I would expect nothing less of a diligent pawnbroker. But his diligence clearly has its disadvantages. What are you talking about? It is increasingly apparent that you were present in this shop before your accusation against Miss Lestrade. In all likelihood, you followed her inside and you observed her talking to Mr. Windybank. The diligent broker made a note of the watchword, as is his common practice. He observed him writing the word professor on the note beside the ledger. And that, sir, was the master plan you devised to steal the pawn article from the young Miss Lestrade. Master plan? Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. Why would you go such lengths to redeem that particular article from this pawnbroker? Are you quite serious? For an ill-fitting overcoat, that hardly seems to justify the effort, much less a worthless music box disc. But naturally, you had a very good reason to make them yours, didn't you, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us all we need to know. The articles we were talking about are the overcoat and the music box disc that was in one of the pockets, which according to Mr. Windybank isn't even worth a penny. And yet this man went to such lengths to steal them. Why? Wonder if perhaps we already have the evidence we need to explain it, Mr. Nah. Could we? Really? Better have a thorough look through all the evidence we collected so far. Let's look at it. Look at the little bumps in the disc. They're so tiny. Yes, the protrusions are called pins, and they pluck the teeth of the combs to make notes. And just on the edge, there's a small amount of blood. Yes, the blood of the mysterious Mr. Egbert Benedict. When Miss Lestrade tried to grab the disc from him, the pin scratched his fingers, it seems. Like when you're grating some daikon radish and accidentally catch your finger. Ouch, just thinking about it hurts. Puts me off eating radish. What's this? Oh, there's a little scrap of paper stuck on the reverse side of the disc. Look. And a scribbled word or two. It looks like somebody's name. Or McGilded. McGilded? He couldn't be. But it is, Mr. Naruto. A name I shall never forget, for as long as I live. But why? Why is his name on this? This information has been updated.
Take that!
You see, this music box disc tells us all we need to know. What's that on the rack? It reads for McGilded. Ah, Mr. Magnus McGilded. Unfortunate philanthropist, I can't say that word right now, who perished in curious circumstances at the Old Bailey 2 months ago. A prominent man in London, through his loan-mongering, demonstrated a distinct lack of scruples. So, you're an associate of his, are you? Or perhaps a subordinate? Mr. McGildes was a man of unusually small stature. In fact, he was precisely the right size for the overcoat you squeezed yourself into. True identity remains shrouded in mystery, Sir Egbert Benedict. But the final conclusion here is crystal clear. The reason you came to this pawnbroker today was to retrieve an article left behind by the late Magnus McGilded. You're gonna find out this dude had something to do with his death? Well, Mr. Magnus McGilded. Not a name I expect to hear in these circumstances. Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid there's something very troubling on my mind. Can you tell, Mrs. Otto? Well, according to what Mr. Moneybank told us earlier, today was the final day on which the coat could have been redeemed, was it not? Yes, ma'am, that is correct. Today would be precisely 2 months since it was first deposited. Well, today is 15th of April, so 2 months ago today would have been 15th February, sir. That's right. It's all carefully recorded in my ledger. Deposited at 10:30 p.m. I see. What? But that suggests... Yes, 15th of February. Precisely the day on which the omnibus murder took place. And 10:30 in the evening. Precisely the time at which the terrible events were unfolding. Suggestive is not the word. It would seem the matter is entirely beyond coincidence. You are, of course, at liberty to make whatever outlandish deductions you choose, however. I must insist you hand over the music box disc now. It's a gun? It would be a terrible shame for you to return to your native land in a box. I do. I'm gonna save. I'm gonna tell him to fuck off. There's some things a man must protect at all costs. This may well be one of those things. Again, it may not. Mr. Windybank, this isn't my shop. I can't allow any harm to come to my customers. If that were to happen, I'd have to take my own life. Mr. Windybank, no. Alright, that's enough. Inspector Gregson. Inspector? That's right, Sunshine. The alarms were raised on one of our dedicated emergency lines. So we got here as fast as we could. Now, what's this all about, eh? Oh, praise be, you're here at last. I was moments away from forfeiting my own life and my very own misjudgment. It would seem you had the upper hand. You have the upper hand. Right, you lot had like some explaining to do. I don't appreciate being bothered with some petty RG? Eddie. Mr. Wendybank very nearly met with his end. Yeah, by his own gun, as far as I can tell. Oh dear. And the whole of Britain could be his end if I don't get to the bottom of the case I'm supposed to be working on. What? What on earth is the case, Inspector? Spare no details, Gregson. I might have said a little too much. No matter, it's nothing to do with the law. Anyway, sir, you're gonna have to come with me down to the station. But of course, Inspector. He's getting away. Go after him, lads. Whistle the beat officer, too. Sir. There's been a spate of thieves at pawn shops around here recently. So we fitted emergency buttons underneath the counters for brokers to let us know when there's trouble. Oh, Inspector. I was very worried there for a while. Very worried indeed. Now then, Mr. Permanently in mourning. Oh, yes? I'll be taking whatever it is. Gildeds down to the yard. Thank you very much. So hand it over. Oh, yes, of course. No, don't give it him. It's mine, that is, mine. Sorry, miss, but anything belonging to Miss Gilded has taken in as evidence now. As evidence? Please demand something of it as evidence, my dear fellow. We have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector. And so we handed Mr. McGilded's disc over to Inspector Gregson. And we're summarily turfed out of the shop and onto the street. April, Baker Street. See? That's why I hate grown-ups. All they do is feed you a pack of lies and take stuff away from you. Oh really, Miss Lestrade? Tell me, is that overcoat keeping you warm? What? Oh my, surely you were given that. Yeah? Do you let me keep it after I looked at daggers at him long enough? He went to the pockets and said, "Come on then, have it," before telling me to Scrapper? Always pays off giving people a look like you ate them. Can't help feeling that's gonna get you into serious trouble one day. What I really wanted was that nice shiny disc in mind. The music box disc? But Mr. Wendybank said it was practically worthless. I think I'm gonna go and have another bash. Give him a long, hard stare. Think not, Miss Lestrade. We shan't enter Wendybanks again today. Why not? It's not fair. Can't be helped, I'm afraid. Police are investigating the scene now and taking statement from Mr. Wendybank. But that disc is mine. I had a ticket for this coat and it was in the coat's pocket. There should be something else and all. And there should be something else and all. That's what Ron Cole said, ain't it? Yes, he did mention something about another article, didn't he? Well then, that's mine too, whatever it is. Now she's really pushing her luck. Miss Lestrade, I think it's time to admit defeat. You've had your haul for the day. Yeah, and it's all your fault, Sholmes. So what are your plans now? Will you dine with us this evening? Huh? I was to be delighted to cook, I'm sure. I might entertain you with modest violin. And I might entertain you with a modest violin recital. No, Todd. Oh. Why would I come around your place, eh? Have you lost your head or something? Oh dear, she's gone. Having reviled on me quite unnecessarily, I might add. Can't help wondering. Perhaps she might turn up anyway. Resting. When she's had a chance to calm down, I think there's a good chance she'll decide to come. Very well then. I'll inform Iris to set a place for our potential guest. The dinner table this evening. And one more thing. I should be glad of your company later too. Sorry? I believe I will have a rather splendid surprise. I will have a rather splendid surprise to show you. Oh, how exciting. What is it? You shall have to wait and see, Miss Sato. Till later then. Is there anything else? Look at all the different things in the window of this shop. Ah, that's Moneybank's, the pawnbroker. Looks much smarter than a pawnbroker in Japan, doesn't it? Yes, you're right. I find pawn shops at home rather inapproachable, personally. Reminds me of the tearful party of my favorite fountain pen. I felt so miserable. Isn't careless makes us stronger, Mr. Naoto? Maybe Shom Sui? 15th of April, 3:46 p.m. Shom Sui. Ah, Susie and Runo. Come in, come in. Good afternoon, Iris. Thank you so much for breakfast this morning. Oh, don't mention it. Goodness, look at the time already. Busy as always. I am. I'm preparing everything for dinner this evening. Ready? Obviously cooking something special, are you? Oh yes, after all, we have a special guest joining us. Guess who it is? Go on. You'll never guess. Those little eyes of hers shining. Oh dear. It's awkward when you already know the answer, isn't it? It's Ginny! Isn't it that exciting? Oh, what a surprise! Yes, that's wonderful news. Wow, Iris seems overjoyed at the idea. Can't wait to learn some pickpocketing tips from a real professional. Oh yes, that does sound like fun. I'm not sure that's entirely appropriate, are you, Mr. Naruhodo? By the way, Iris, what's Mr. Sholmes up to? Early? Oh, he's been like that ever since he got back. Hello, Mr. Sholmes? Like that you won't speak to me? Sorry? I don't know who you are, but kindly take your leave. And see, I'm not here. I don't know how to respond to that. I do apologize when he gets like this. He's completely oblivious to everything. Yes, I see. Really, he behaves just like a child sometimes. Really does. Mr. Sholmes and Iris have something of a parent and child relationship, don't they? Yes, except that Iris is clearly the parent here. Come to think of it, I wonder where her real parents are. What's the matter, Bruno? You have ever such a funny look on your face. Oh, no, it's nothing. I know what it is. Why does this girl live here with Mr. Sholmes? You're wondering, am I right? How? How did you... Oh, Bruno, I can read you like a book. This girl is dangerous. Don't worry, you can ask me anything. I don't mind. So, by Ginny, you mean Miss Lestrade, the young woman from the Gilded case 2 months ago, right? Yes, who also stole my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Although, after that trial, I invited her back here and we had dinner together. Now we're best of friends. Oh, what a lovely tale. Yes, now if I bump into her on the street, she runs away as fast as she can. Oh. I chased her down the back alleys. Interesting idea of friendship. Then I let her have the latest color of smoke grenades I've developed. Oh. So many beautiful colors in the world. Ginny wants me to make a whole rainbow. I suppose this means you've let Miss Lestrade keep the smoke grenade launcher, have you? Yes, that's right. You got bored of it anyways. Hurley always reacts the same way when I shoot him with it now. Or really. Oh, can't wait for Ginny to arrive. It's been too long since she came over. So excited. Just hope she actually does come. I'm sure you've been wondering why as I live here with Hurley, haven't you? Well, that's crossed my mind. And where are your real parents? My mom and daddy aren't with me anymore. Mommy passed away when I was born, and around the same time, my father... Well, he had to go to a faraway land because of one of the cases he and Hurley were working on. Oh, wait a minute. You say he and Hurley? Yes. He and Hurley were always solving mysterious cases together. She didn't mention that before. He wrote them all up in his diaries. That's what's in the metal chest over there. Really? He recorded them all? So, you mean it's true? Mr. Sholmes really did have a partner with whom he tackled some of his most taxing cases? Oh yes. I mean, it's always nice to have one, isn't it? So Mr. Sholmes' partner was your father? Exactly. Hurley told me I wasn't allowed to look in the chest, but that only made me want to look even more, so I put it up. And found your father's memoirs? Yes. So I asked Hurley, who wrote these? He nearly fell out of his chair. But then he told me that's when I found out the author of all these accounts was my father. So Iris's father was Mr. Sholmes' partner. I've practically lived with Hurley all my life. I was tiny when he took me out. So it came as quite a shock when Hurley told me he wasn't really my daddy. I mean, must have done. Wonder why Mr. Sholmes chose to tell you at such a young age. Hurley says it's because he wouldn't have been able to hide it from me. Oh? Well, having lived with Hurley all these years, you might say his ways have rubbed off on me. There are some things I can just see. Especially lies. I almost know when people are lying before they open their mouths sometimes. Right. Anyway, I was so fascinated when I read Daddy's diaries. That's what inspired me to write The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, actually. I always assumed Mr. Sholmes simply told you all those sterling stories. Oh no, Hurley is hopeless like that. He forgets everything as soon as he solved a case. It all but vanishes from his mind. Oh, I see. The other day was so embarrassing. As usual, he totally forgot about the case he just solved. So the very next day he gathered together all the people involved and proceeded to solve the case again. It was quite a shock for everyone. You can say that again. Share your father's surname? Are you Iris? That's right, Wilson. That he is. John H. Wilson. Your dad's dead. I learned it from his diaries that he's a doctor of medicine, you see? And that's what prompted me to study and study so that I can earn a doctorate as well. There's his father who went to some distant land and is a doctor by the name of John H. Wilson. The court will now hear trial of Renosuke Naruhodo. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in the case. The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. That's right, visiting professor of medicine at Imperial Yume University. A man who, in the most bizarre circumstances, lost his life just before we left Japan. Mrs. Ata? Yes? Perhaps we shouldn't pursue this conversation any further at this time. I think that'd be for the best. Ah, my dear fellows, how good to see you. Mr. Sholmes! Why ever did you not make your presence known to me before? Well, no matter now. So, how the devil are you? We've been with you most of the day. Goodness, really? You tell me, Mr. Sholmes, is your violin unscathed? My violin? Whatever are you talking about, my dear madam? Oh, never mind that now. I have something far more interesting to show you. Behold, my dear fellows. Oh, another music box disc. And another disc, Mr. Otto. This is the one Gregson demanded we hand over as evidence to Mr. McGilda's disc. Oh my. Then what is it doing here? You know, at times, Mr. Naruhodo, that though I have an undeniable turn for detection, I may well be even more adept at larceny. Wow, that'd be wonderfully exciting. I'd be your pickpocketing assistant. And Bruno could be our go-to lawyer if we ever got caught. Right. Plus, Susie has such beautiful handwriting, she could write all our menacing crime notifications. Yes, I'd be delighted. Just gonna pretend this conversation never happened, I think. I don't understand. How did that disc come to be in your possession? Thought Inspector Gregson took it back to Scotland Yard. Quite correct. That sort of uncompromising attitude is precisely why I always carry some of this. That's a bar of caramel, Mr. Sholmes. You and your one and only friend in times of loneliness, if I'm not mistaken. If you will humor me, my dear fellows, cast your minds back to when the good detective confiscated the disc. We're taking that whatever it is of Gilda's down to the yard. Thank you very much. So hand it over. Oh, yes, of course. Please demand something as evidence, my dear fellow. We have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector. For the briefest of moments, I had the disc in my hand, did I not? Yes, you did, but I still understand. It was at precisely that moment I summoned one of my one and only friend into action. Pressed the disc into a pair of bars. Like this. That's amazing. The disc and all the minuscule protrusions had made an image in the caramel. The caramel's quite exceptional. I developed it myself, you know. Suitably soft for making impressions, but resistant to melting. The result of a precisely controlled solution. How extraordinary. Carrying a pair of these on one's person frequently proves quite useful indeed. A house key, for example, a simple press and its unique form is duplicated. I can enter anyone's property at will, and never without high sucrose nourishment. Yes, it sounds illegal. From the image, I was able to create this. Confess I was most curious to know what manner of music would issue from the disc when played. Do tell us then, Mr. Sholmes. What music does this disc play? Well, unfortunately, I have no idea. No idea. None whatsoever. Are you familiar with the workings of a music box, my dear fellows? No, I'm afraid not. Goodness, you don't know, Bruno? Inside a music box, there's a special metal piece called a comb. That's what produces the sound. Small protuberances pluck the different teeth of the comb as they rotate past it, making the different notes. The first music box to be invented used a rotating cylinder with protuberances on it. But over time, a new type of player was produced, which uses discs such as these. With that developed, the popularity of music boxes spread far and wide, all around the globe. Why exactly? Because the discs are easy to produce, and it can be interchanged to whatever. That word that I can't say. Facilitate. Hang on. Facilitate. That's probably it, right?
Facilitate.
Yes, facilitate. Just now it came to me as I was looking it up. Because the disc are easier to produce, it could be interchanged to facilitate the playing of different tunes. There are a great many firms in Europe now manufacturing music boxes as a result. It's wonderful to be able to enjoy music even when no performer is present. But it is the very success of the invention that means we are now presented with the insurmountable problem. What do you mean? As you may imagine, the construction of one firm's music box does not match that of another. And we have no way of knowing in which music boxes this particular disc was designed to be played. There is no resolution to this problem, I'm afraid. Quite intractable. Ah, I see, so that's why. Naturally, I tested the disc in those few music boxes I have at my disposal. But as you can hear, it's no avail. Results were equally unsatisfactory as this one. So, I am presently engaged in acquiring an example of all music boxes ever made in Europe. Every single one. That's Hurley for you, always taking things too far. Oh my dear girl, the unsolved riddle is quite repugnant to my constitution. Surely all the different types in Europe will amount to a huge volume of music boxes, won't it? Yes, that is certainly true, but in the worst case, I shall just have to ask you to vacate the attic room. What? Is my stream still going? Seems like it. Sorry, I just got a thing from... Steam telling me I'm logged out or something like that, or can't connect to Steam or something. I was making sure that Its stream was still going. Then my internet didn't go out. Agnes McGilded. Not a name I expect to hear again so soon. Yes, it's only been 2 months since that grisly case. Mr. McGilded perished within hours of the trial's conclusion. Was it the curse of the Reaper? No one knows still now. Omnibus was reduced to a pile of ash, not a shred of evidence remained. And with the man's death, the truth about the murder in which he was so intimately involved with was buried. Even though we successfully established Mr. McGilded's innocence in the trial, the newspapers are still claiming that it remains an unsolved case. The murder of the brickmaker, Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason, in the end, the truth of the matter remains a mystery. We still have no idea what actually happened that night. And although Mr. McGilded was found not guilty through my defense, I still don't know if that was really the right judgment or not. It would appear the case is not yet closed. Well, it's time I started getting things ready for dinner, I think. Ginny will be here before long. Thank you, Iris. Oh, well, you must let me help you then. Of course, Susie. There's plenty to do. I think I shall investigate the conditions of my faithful performing partner. Now then, where did I leave it? Let this be a lesson to you, Mr. Sholmes. Never leave anything too precious with the pawnbroker. Yes, you may be right. Oh, that reminds me of something Mr. Windybank said before. He said that he had a manuscript of Iris's in pawn, didn't he? He? Yes, he definitely mentioned it. Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mysteries lies dormant in my storeroom, were his words, I believe. So you heard about that, did you? Expect you were as incensed as I was. Oh, yes, the idea of such a wonderful story languishing in Mr. Windybank's storeroom, gathering dust. My dear madam, I'm quite sure I told you already. The pawnbroker's storeroom is the safest place for it, more secure than the bank's vault. And what about your Stradivarius, Hurley? Was that safe and secure? Well, there may be the occasional mix-up, caused by a certain impetuous someone not too far from me now. Do you have any idea how long it took me to write that Baxterville story, Hurley? Oh, it sounds so exciting, The Hound of the Baxtervilles. I should love to read it. Ah! What's going on here? Why does it feel like an icy chill swept through the room? Susie? What did you just say? Said The Hound of the Baxtervilles? But how could you know the full title? Well, that's because Miss Susato is a great fan of all the stories by Mr. Sholmes, of course. But Bruno, The Hound of the Baxtervilles, has never been published. What? When I showed Hurley the manuscript, he told me that I wasn't allowed to publish it yet. Don't understand. That's why he said that he'd keep it safe. Until it was the right time for the story to be made public, you see? So that's why the manuscript is at Windybank's. And yeah, how could Susie here know his title? Well, Hurley, what's going on? What is it, Mr. Sholmes? It would appear our guest has arrived. Miss Lestrade? This was a bad idea. I knew I weren't welcome. I'm going. No, wait, Miss Lestrade. We've all been eagerly waiting your arrival. Haven't we, Iris? Oh yes, just wait there, Ginny. We'll have everything ready in a jiffy. Come along, Susie. Right, of course. It's a pleasure to see you here, Miss Lestrade. Please, make yourself at home. Don't stand in the doorway, my dear girl. Come along in. Let's say you to some... Mendelssohn? I won't take no for an answer. Mendelssohn it is, then. That evening, Iris prepared us all a meal that was even more delicious than usual. Mr. Sholmes' violin performance was in no way meddlesome, and Gina, as we came to call her, taught us all how to steal things from one another without being noticed. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed themselves, well into the night. 15th April, 9:34 p.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. That was a very enjoyable evening, wasn't it? Oh yes, Iris's cooking was truly divine, and I feel as though I could still hear the enchanting strains of Mr. Sholmes' violin even now. Best of all, I bet I can steal the glasses from his lordship's face next time I report. Please don't try to do that. Naruhodo-san, can I consult with you about something, I wonder? What's the matter, Susato-san? It's about the telegram I received. Ah. The one that arrived first thing this morning, I suppose? I've been summoned. What? Summoned? What do you mean? The telegram was from the Lord Chief Justice's office. Lord Strongheart has asked to see me. Lord Chief Justice? When? Tomorrow morning. What? Then we have to start preparing at once. Oh, no, that won't be necessary now, san. I've been summoned alone. Alone? What on earth for? I have no idea. I suppose I shall find out tomorrow. What's all this about? Whatever it is, this makes me feel very uneasy. Oh, who could that be, I wonder? Good evening, friends. Ah, Iris. Hello again. And Gina too. Yes, Gina's gonna stay with us tonight. She's gonna sleep in with me. Isn't that right, Ginny? Well, yeah. How lovely. Let me make a pot of tea. You know, I've learned so much today. Oh, what in particular? All those things Jenny showed us, wasn't it wonderful? You know those pickpocketing techniques? We had fun trying them out on each other, didn't we? I think I've awakened a natural talent. I can earn a living from it. Might be getting ahead of yourself that little there. So what brings you up to our humble quarters at this late hour? Well, you see, I came to return this. Wait, what? That's mine. Oh my, how did you? However, did you? I told you, didn't I? I have a natural talent for it. Oh yes, I've forgotten. Iris literally is a child genius. So, anyway, here, you can have it back. Not that I really understand why you wear it, though. Oh, thank you. Alright then, good night. Yes, good night. So this is your office, is it? What do you think, Jenny? I wouldn't fancy me chances with a warrior, but what lives in a place like this? Yes, me too. Seems as though Iris here still has something she'd like to talk about. I suppose she probably wants to talk about the manuscript. Yes, I suppose she probably does. Iris, I suppose you're hoping to talk about the manuscript, aren't you? Aren't you gonna tell me? So sorry. I need a little more time, please. Alright, I understand. Hope I haven't made you feel awkward. Oh, no. Not at all, Iris. Not at all. I don't know what all this is about, really, but... The story you made up, is it? Iris, this mantle script, or whatever you call it? It's not exactly a story that I made up. It's something I read in Daddy's diaries. Daddy's? That's alright. I don't suppose I mentioned it to you before, Ginny, but my daddy was Hurley's assistant once, his partner. Huh? They solved all sorts of strange and mysterious cases together. Is that right, mister? Apparently so. Not as surprised as you are, though. Daddy wrote all the details of every single case down, you see, in his diaries. So I study them and write my stories based on what actually happened. So, where's your old man now, then? He had to go away on urgent business to a faraway land. He'll be gone a very long time. So I've never really met him. Oh, right. Come to think of it, I don't know anything about Gina's parents either. Guess we should ask her. Iris, this Hound of the Baxterville story. I take it it's another tale inspired of your father's accounts? That's right. I thought it was fascinating. But it's different somehow from the other cases I made. Oh? How? I don't really know, but it must be special in some way. Because after I'd written it, I showed the manuscript to Hurley. It turned as wise as she. It's the first time I've seen him like that. Pains me I have to say this after you've toiled over so long, Iris, but the story must not be published at this time, under any circumstances. But why not? It's one of my best works. I am not at the liberty to say now, so please do not ask me. Alright then, I won't. I do solemnly swear I will explain everything one day, Iris, when the time is right. And that's how the manuscript came to be, with Mr. Windybank, isn't it? Yes. Hurley said there had to be somewhere very safe. That really gets my goat, that does. He's treating you like a child. It's mean. That's what it is, keeping secrets like that. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes isn't trying to be mean. Huh? He said he wasn't at the liberty to talk about it. I'm sure there must have been a very good reason. I think so too. You lot are trusting. You lot are too trusting for your own good. You can't. But you can't pull the wool over my eyes. Holmes is lying to Iris. I bet my life on it. What? Hurley is lying to me? What about you? Where are your parents? I realize I don't know anything about your parents, Gina. I ain't got any, have I? Never did. Did have. Oh. Look, the East End's full of orphans like me. No one wants nothing to do with us. From the minute we're born, not even our moms. We all stick together. The older ones look after the little ones. And make sure they get by. So that's why you're a pickpocket. Nah, diving's my life. I love it. I get a kick out of every time I lift some pompous idiot's purse. And that's how we all afford to eat. Like Robin Hood, ain't it? That's how I see it. Oh, Gina. I do think about it sometimes. What would it be like if I had parents? What would it be like to have parents, I mean? I always thought they'd make everything right. But I haven't listened to what Iris just said. Sounds like having parents ain't always easy, either. Oh! I mean, if you know you never had them, you don't feel like you're always wanting to meet them. It's true. I do want to see Daddy so much. Oh, Iris. Gina, what do you mean when you said that you know Mr. Sholmes is lying to Iris? Well, he reckons he popped that mantle skirt or whatever, right? Come on, that's obviously a load of rubbish. Oh my, why'd you think that, Gina? Simple, if the story was really an old Wendy Banks... That story was really an old Wendy Banks, storage room. There's no way someone from half around the world, in other words, you, could know about it. Sorry, Ernest, but if you ask me, he sold it. I'm telling you. But Hurley would never do something like that. I'm sure of it. Ha. Grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me. Bird-faced liars, a lot of them. You just ain't realized it yet. I'm telling you, that mantle script ain't at Wendy Banks. You'd soon see it if you had a look. Even if you think you can trust him, I don't. That Sholmes is a liar, just like the rest of them. If I'm honest, I've wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. See? Oh, but I don't mean that. I think he sold it. I mean, I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Don't be too hard on yourself, Iris. Oh my goodness, look at the time. Come along, Ginny. We should go back downstairs. Yeah, alright. And please, don't mention any of this to Hurley, will you? Will you? No, of course not. Good night then, Iris. Good night, Gina. You must let me You must let me make breakfast for you tomorrow. I insist. Oh, yes please. Can't wait, Susie. Good night, then. Iris' sister is easy to forget, isn't it? Sometimes she speaks just like an adult, but deep down, still just a child. Well, I think it's time that we turned in for the night too, Narhosan. Dr. John H. Wilson, Iris' father. And also, the name of the murdered visiting professor at Yume University. Can't be a mere coincidence. Something deeper going on. Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Naruhodo? That voice. That's Mr. Sholmes? What's going on? It's the middle of the night. It's Miss Lestrade. She's gone. Gina? She is supposed to be sleeping in Iris's room, but her bed is empty. Well, she's an independent young woman. She's probably decided to go home, no? I think not. From speaking to her before she retired, I received the distinct impression that she was looking forward to breakfasting with Miss Susato. No, I don't believe the girl has gone home. I've been waiting over an hour now. Over an hour? Oh. If you'll indulge me. Out the window, my dear fellow. What's this about? Well, wait a minute. Why is there a light on at this time of night? That's Mr. Windybank's prom program. Mr. Windybank's. Oh no. It's simple. That story was really in the old Windybank's storage room. There's no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words you, could know about it. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. Could Gina have gone? Seems you have some knowledge of this situation, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? Oh, no. Not really. Well, anyways, we must investigate. At once. Miss Susato! 16th April, 1:14 a.m., Baker Street. Door to Windybanks is open. And the lamp is burning. It must be Gina, mustn't it? We'll just hope it's nothing more sinister. What? Come, there's now a moment to lose. Clearly something is afoot outside. There's no one here? Oh yes, there is. Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! What the? Has Sholmes been shot? Leave me, Naruhodo. But... after them. Go. Right. Alas. I've lost them. Hello, hello. What have we here? The alarm was just raised from this pawnbroker, sir. You know something about that? Officer, come with me. It's my friend, Mr. Sholmes. He's been shot. Shot? The policeman close behind me, I ran back to Windybanks.
Mr. Sholmes!
Mr. Naruhodo!
How bad is it? Never mind me, but there's much at stake. Behind that door. In the storeroom. Hurry! Gina!
So, one of the people silhouettes we saw looks kind of familiar to someone that we saw in the previous case with Sume. The other person that lived at his place, the other tenant, was like a theater person, and he wore something kind of similar. He had like the kind of like chin length hair, and he wore a hat. And one of the people had that type of silhouette. I don't know about the other person though. And I was wondering, since we saw that dude, like, why are they showing this person? And he had nothing to do with Natsume's case. That means he must show up in this case. Be alright, Mr. Naruhodo? After them, go. Behind that door in the storeroom. Hurry. It's Gina? From that moment, Miss Wendy Banks' pawnbrokery became a crime scene. Everything that followed happened in a whirlwind of activity. The arrival of the police, the preliminary investigation of the scene, and the questioning. It was just before dawn before I was allowed back to my lodgings at 221B. 16th April, 6:21 a.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Oh, Iris. A telegram came, but all it said was, "At home." Oh, yes, we asked one of the policemen to have it sent. It was simply impossible to come back. When I woke up, I was all alone. Hurley and Jenny were gone. Everyone was gone. What happened, Runo? Poor Iris, she's trembling. She's obviously trying so hard not to let herself get too worried. I'll explain everything that I know. Something awful has happened, hasn't it? Yes, I'm afraid so. I'm sorry to have to tell you this, Iris, but Mr. Windybank is dead. He was shot. We discovered it in the early hours of the morning. Oh, yes, I had a feeling. You did? Well, I saw all those police carriages pulled up outside his shop, so I knew something must have happened there. When we entered Windybanks in the small hours, we disturbed a gang of two thugs. They ran out into the street, and I chased after them, but they got away. So it was one of them who shot old Mr. Winbank, I suppose. Windybank? I don't know, but that's not what the police believe at the moment. Oh, why not? They arrested someone else as their prime suspect, you see? Gina. Jeannie? But why? Well, the thing is... No, Jenny wouldn't do something like that. I know. None of us think that she did it. Then why have they arrested her? I'm sorry, there was nothing I could do. So, where's Hurley then? Is he still there, investigating the scene? It's really ought to have some breakfast. It's not good for him to miss meals. I don't need to worry, Iris, but I have some news about Mr. Sholmes. He was taken to the hospital this morning. What? Well, when we entered Winnie Banks, a gun was fired and he took a bullet. Hurley? He was shot? No, no. It's alright. His life isn't in danger. Really? Are you sure? Where is he? Which hospital? He's at St. Signers? They're attending to him there. I must see him at once. I'm sorry, Iris, but you can't. Why not? That's not fair. I'm a family member. I should be allowed. No, I mean, nobody can see him at the moment. He's not allowed any visitors. They're preparing to operate, you see? To operate? Oh, for Hurley. It was the two thugs who were in Mr. Winniebank's shop. They shot Mr. Sholmes when he disturbed them, you see? It was pitch black inside the shop at the time. My mind went totally blank, I'm afraid. I just froze. After them. Go. After that, I ran out into the street, but... well, they were long gone. I shouldn't have hesitated. So sorry, it was my fault. Let them get away. I think it's a very good thing. Sorry? Well, if you see which way they went, then chase after them. You might have been shot as well, Rudo. On top of everything else, I couldn't bear that. Liars. I don't understand why they arrested Ginny. It's not fair. What about the two thugs that were at the scene? Aren't they the prime suspects? After all, they shot Hurley dead, didn't they? No, I mean, Mr. Sholmes isn't dead, Iris. Ah, this is all so horrible. Thing is, Mr. Winniebank was found on the floor in the storeroom, where he keeps all the deposit ticket articles. And the storeroom's door was locked from the inside. See? But he wasn't alone in there. Gina was found next to him on the floor as well. Oh no. According to the detective who investigated afterwards. Don't tell me. There's no one else in the room? Yes, exactly. How did you know? It's the only explanation. Yes, the only explanation indeed. What do you mean by that, Bruno? Well? What can I say? I'm damned if I agree. If I agree, damned if I don't. Where's Susie, Bruno? She's still at the police station. Oh, why? I expect she's still being questioned. The police said that they wanted to be finished for a while. Why aren't you there then? Well, I didn't get a good look at the criminals anyways. They weren't questioning me for long. And Miss Susato stayed behind the scene to tend to Mr. Sholmes, so they didn't get started until later. Ah, I see. Besides, one of us had to come back to be with Iris. Glad Inspector Gregson agreed to me leaving early. Should have let me know, and I would have come to the station. I'm afraid I'll need to go out again now, Iris. There's not much I can do at the moment, but I can at least try to find out how Mr. Sholmes and Gina are getting on. I want to go, too. Take me with you, Bruno. I can't stand just sitting around here, waiting. I'm not sure how I feel about taking a 10-year-old child to the scene of a murder. I don't want to leave her all alone here, either. Alright then, Iris. Perhaps you can help me? Oh yes, I'd love to. Gina's at the prison. Mr. Sholmes is probably in his hospital bed. And don't forget, you need to visit the crime scene. You need to conduct a thorough investigation. Ah, I can see you're ready for action. I imagine Iris would appreciate going to the hospital sooner rather than later. Well, I suppose we should go to the hospital first then. See if he's in surgery or not. 16th of April, St. Signers Hospital, Ward 3. Hurley. Oh. He's not here? No. That's strange. Nurse definitely said that he was in the bed by the window, didn't she? Oh. I know what's probably happened. Hurley was being a big baby, and the bullet wound wasn't that bad after all, and he's been sent home. I'm not so sure about that, baby or not. There is no question that it was a fairly serious injury that Mr. Sholmes suffered. Oh. Hello, hello. What do we have here? Sport is off limits, no visiting. So, what are you doing here, eh? Well, I'll have you know, we're Hurley's next of kin. Huh? Oh, well, begging your pardon then, ma'am, sir. Little lady and a curious Eastern gentleman, the great mystery solvers, and has a mysterious family, eh? If that's how you see us, sure. Where is he, Constable? Where's Hurley? I believe he's currently in operating theater, ma'am. Undergoing an extensive operation. Extensive? It's several hours since he went in. Oh dear. Is he gonna be alright? Well, it doesn't appear to be working, you see. The anesthetic, that is. Oh. I've heard a report that the gentleman claims he may have had a little bit too much to drink last night. Coffee, that is. Coffee would not let that happen. Has something else in his system. Anyways, I think it'd be fair to assume that he won't be back for several hours yet. See? Thank you, Constable. Perhaps we should leave and come back later. Oh, poor Hurley. Can we look at stuff? Can we look at the bed? That's about it. Can look at these. Wonder what these are. Do you have any idea, Iris? Oh, have you ever seen crutches before? Let me explain. That for people with leg injuries, to help them walk, you hold one under each arm, you see? Oh, right. Thought they were weapons of some sort. Why would there be weapons in a hospital? Maybe a fighter had been injured in a battle contest and brought here along with his weapons. That's surprisingly plausible. Supposed to be Mr. Schultz's. Poor Hurley. I know. Looks as stiff as a board, doesn't it? Oh, I don't think that would bother him. No? I haven't found him asleep face down on the floor, completely dead to the world. I think I'd call the police if I discovered someone like that. Okay. Prison it is. 16th of April, local prison, cell 13. Hello, Gina. Oh, you still have the grenade launcher Hurley and I made. Wish she wouldn't have pointed at me all this time, though. What are you here for? Ginny, I have a feeling it's because of us that you've ended up in trouble. So we were thinking that we might be able to help you. Well, you can't. Sorry? You heard. Get lost. Don't be like that, Ginny. I know you didn't do it. You never shoot someone. I know you wouldn't. Think you know me? Pull the other one. Oh. You ain't got the first idea about the likes of me. I'm a thief. I pinch people's purses when they're walking down the street. That's how I get by. If I saw me chance, I'd sneak into a pawn shop any day of the week. Just to see what I could lay me hands on. Get it? That's the kind of person I am. But Ginny, I'll be in court tomorrow, they say. Some cove came by before and told me he'd be a lawyer for me, or the like, said it was my right or something. I told him to get stuff. I don't need no lawyer. I don't need no one. She couldn't be staring at me anymore, obviously. I should try it. Why are you being like this, Ginny? I don't understand. Gina, why did you send the public defender anyway? You want me to sign some papers? Representation papers or something like that? It's not gonna be rigged anyways, the whole trial. Pin it on me because I'm a kid. That's what grown-ups always do. Why do you think that? Because that's how it's always been for me. Growing up in black slums, me whole life. You do what the grown-ups tell you, or get your mates dragged off by the coppers, or worse. I've had it happen to me before and all. Been sold out and nearly snapped by on the back of it. Trust no one, that's the point. As soon as you do, you're gone to grass, dead. Gina, listen. If you'd like, tomorrow's trial, forget it. Ginny, don't you trust Maru? No, I don't. Look, I'll ask you nicely now. Just leave me alone. Will you tell us what happened, Gina? Last night, the pawnbrokers? There's nothing to tell. They're gonna pay me, so I broke into the place and started going through the storeroom. The old bloke walked in on me, and you know the rest. But why, Ginny? Why would you do that? Ain't it obvious? The place is full of stuff I could sell for a shilling or two. That ain't easy, you know? It's a lot of work, and half the time you don't even get nothing. Is that really why you broke into the place? What? Are you sure the true reason wasn't something else? Oh, give it a rest. What would be the point anyways, huh? Nothing I could say would make a blind bit of difference. Please tell us, Ginny? I don't believe you, whatever it is. Believe me? Don't be daft. I can't believe nothing. Everyone lies all the time. You know what? I'm to liars. I'm the biggest of lot. I've told some unforgivable lies, I have. What do you mean by that? Unforgivable lies. What did you mean before, Gina? You said you were the biggest liar of the lot? Why don't you tell us what these unforgivable lies you are told are? Maybe we can help. Sorry. We're out of time. You're gonna wanna question me now. Ginny, please. Oh, yeah. I wanted to give you this. Something to remember me by. Photograph a print? A really adorable cat. I found that in one of the pockets of this coat. Ain't no point me having it. There was a little photograph like that was doing in the pocket of the overcoat. Anyway, don't bother coming again. Bye. Oh, Ginny. A cat photograph has been entered into the courtroom court. Record. What is this? Look on the back of this print here. There's something written on it. 13th of February, 9 p.m. Article deposit, 1 small box. Loan amount paid, 10 shillings. Redemption deadline, 13th of April, 9 p.m. So this photograph print is a redemption ticket? 13th of February? That could be significant. Just 2 days before the murder on the omnibus, wasn't it? Small box. That doesn't tell us much about it, does it? Bruno, if Mr. McGilded had the ticket, then presumably he never redeemed the article. I think the box might still be present somewhere in the shop. Ah, yes. If it's something Miss McGilded deposited, we need to investigate. Okay, let's go do that then. This is where it happened then? Last night? That's right. The 2 thugs I told you about were obviously ransacking the place, looking for valuables. But apart from the policeman in here, you wouldn't know anything that happened. No sign of a disturbance. No, you're right about that, actually. In fact, if anyone, it's the police who seem to be the ones doing the ransacking. I know what you mean. They're like a gang of organized criminals all dressed in black. Oi, I heard that. Oh, Inspector. Good morning. I suppose I have to thank you for your vigilance last night. We got to the scene before it was disturbed, at least. Shame you let the 2 rogues get away. Mind? Yes, I'm sorry about that. I thought you would assign extra men to the beat around here, Grixie. Now look what's happened. Harley's been injured because there weren't enough police on duty. Your ladyship. No one told me you were coming. I expect you to take full responsibility for what happened to Hurley and see that he has the very best medical care. Of course, your ladyship. The very best doctors in the capital are attending to him as we speak. I don't think it's Runo's fault that the rogues managed to get away, is it? Chasing criminals is the police's job. Absolutely, your ladyship. As you say, ma'am. As you say. The gent in black is totally blameless. Everyone is in agreement about that. Would you believe it? Like a completely different person with Iris, talking about personality change. Oh, where are me manners? Are you thirsty, your ladyship? Perhaps you'd like some juice? Some nice, refreshing fruit juice? Oh, why? Are you thirsty, Grixie? I have some of my special herbal tea with me, if you'd like some. Lovely. So very much. Really hit the spot, your ladyship. You about to cry? I don't even recognize him like this. So, how is the investigation going, Inspector? Nothing to it really. Very simple case. There's some very definitive evidence. You're just about to charge that diver we arrested last night, in fact. Gina, you're gonna charge her? That's right. Should be able to bring her before the judge at the Bailey tomorrow. Evidence, you say? What is it? Come on, show me. Your ladyship, as much as I wish I could oblige you, I'm afraid. I see. You've already captured the pair of thugs who broke in here last night, have you? What the... And you're going to put them on the stand as witnesses, are you? How could you... How? How could you possibly know that? I had a feeling, that's all. Remind me never to try to keep a secret from Iris. So you've arrested the two men who shot Mr. Sholmes, have you? Well, yes, they were rounded up pretty quickly by the lads at on the beat. And Miss Lestrade is being held at the prison. She should be. That's assuming she hasn't lifted the key from the jailer, of course. Can you tell us anything about Mr. Sholmes? What's his condition? Sorry, I'm not at the liberty to divulge that information. Scotland Yard matters are strictly confidential. Well, I know he's been being operated on at St. Signers. Why can I see him? I'm family, you know. I am terribly sorry, Your Ladyship. It's hospital's policy, no visiting at all. Oh. The bullet must have hit an artery in his midriff. He's lost a fair bit of blood. Oh no. It didn't seem too bad in the first hour or so, but hemorrhage like that is enough to make even the one and only Sholmes pipe down. Mr. Sholmes is human like the rest of us, you know? Well, anyway, he's having emergency surgery right now. They gotta stop that bleeding. But he will be alright, won't he? They'll be able to make him feel better? Or make him better? Of course, Your Ladyship. He'll be right as rain before you know it. Really? How do you know? How do I know? Well, because, of course. Ah yes, because Mr. Sholmes is such a great detective, that's why. I better pray that doctors have a better grasp of what's needed to make someone well again. Oh dear. Please don't die, Hurley. A report to Your Ladyship the moment I hear he's out of the operating theater. I couldn't help noticing, Inspector. What? Out with it, Sunshine? Well, there seems to be a marked difference between the way you talk to me and Iris. Watch the sauce, Sonny. I'm a copper. We don't go in for favoritism. But he's right. You do treat us differently. Because of those Adventures of Herlock Sholmes stories, that's why. Oh? I crop up in them, don't I? Inspector Tobias Gregson. Oh, well yes, because you're an acquaintance of Hurley's. Did you write about the inspector, Iris? I don't remember, really. One of the Sholmes lines, Gregson is the smartest of the Scotland Yarders, is how he puts it. Oh, did I write that? And you know what that one line did for me, eh? The very next month, my pay doubled. Doubled, I tell you. Oh, that's amazing. All because everyone at the yard reads them. They read all of Herlock Sholmes' stories. They've even set up a fan club for me. Of course, that explains everything. It was around that time that you become such a toady to me. Can you blame me? All it takes is one bad word from you and Sholmes could change his tune about me. Gregson? No, the great detective will say. He's getting quite overrated these days. Think what would happen to my salary if that came out in print, eh? The whole thing gives me the willies. Can't tell you how many nights of sleep I've lost worrying about it. But that would never happen, Grexy. Every month when the new Rants magazine comes out, my hands are trembling as I turn the pages. Oh, how awful for you. Here, have some of my tea to settle your nerves. Lovely. So very much. Really hit the spot, your ladyship. Tea total. Oh, yeah, there's something I was supposed to talk to you about, actually, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, what is it? I've got an important message for you. I clean forgot about it until now. Important message? Whenever it could be. Are you going to tell me what this important message is, then, Inspector? Yeah, it's about that young lady who's normally by your side, your assistant. Dear Susie, is she alright? She's at the station, isn't she? Being questioned, I believe. No, not anymore. She had to head off. Head off? Where? To Lord Strongheart's office, of course. He summoned her. Ah, yes, of course. I'd forgotten about that. One of the Whipsocks took her there in a yard carriage after we finished questioning her. But she asked us to tell you that she didn't have the fare for the return journey to go meet her there. She's got a nerve using a Scotland Yard as a bloomin' messaging service. See, well, thank you for passing that on, Inspector. Alright, Susie, you have to go and see Lord Chief Justice. She didn't tell me. I better head over to the Lord Chief Justice's office to fetch her straight away. Examine the place first. You start scurrying into this place by the look of it. Instructions from the yard are examine every article in the shop, even every ledger and book of accounts. Every article? But that's a ridiculous amount of work, surely. We've been hard at it ever since the shop was declared a crime scene in the early hours. First, sifting through it all in shifts at least, but still. We'll be working through the night, that's for sure, and even then we'll barely have scratched the surface. Crime scene and pawnbrokers. Must be every policeman's worst nightmare. Every copper's worst nightmare, you know? Crime and pawnbrokers. Alright then, let's see what we can uncover. Boy, what do you think you're doing, Sunshine? You can't touch anything in here. Oh, but we were hoping to investigate. This is a crime scene, for Pete's sake. No touching. What's the problem, Grexy? Runa's a lawyer, you know that. Oh, I am ever so sorry, your ladyship. Ever so sorry. The rules and regulations are thorns in my side. Of course, if Mr. Naruhodo was to have been properly appointed by the accused, that'd be another matter. The accused? You can show me some representation papers. I'd be only too happy to let you nose around. You hear that, Bruno? You need to sign some representation papers. It's like presenting a detective here with the correct paperwork is the only way. Okay. Can't do anything now. Let's go get Susato. "16th of April, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office." Yes. No matter how many times I come here, I always get the same sense of oppressiveness somehow. Do you think this place is oppressive? I think it's normal. How so? I mean, look at that suit of armor over there. You can't take that seriously, can you? Maybe it thinks the same about you. So everything is clear regarding tomorrow's arrangements, I trust? Yes, thank you very much. There they are, Sata-san and Lord Strongheart. I wonder what they're talking about. They both look very serious. Very good. There is nothing further to discuss. You may return to your lodgings. No doubt you have much to do in preparation for you to return to your homeland. Wait, what did he just say? You'll return to your homeland? Sata-san! Oh! Mr. Naruhodo? What was that all about? Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you for coming to collect your colleague. What's this all about? Why are we talking about Miss Suzata's return to her homeland? And tomorrow? Tomorrow? But what about Ginny's trial? You mean it's been formally charged now? There. Mr. Zato, what's this all about? Oh, please don't concern yourself, Mr. Naruto. It's only me going back to Japan. Your life here can continue just as it. That's not what I asked. What happened? Why are you leaving? It's my father. He's fallen ill. Oh no. Professor Mikotoba? I may. Yes, sorry. You must be the defendant, Rinosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensics medicine at Yume University. We received an international telegram from the Empire of Japan informing us of the news. 10 days ago, my father collapsed with a fever. The cause is apparently unknown. It seems he grows weaker day by day. I don't believe it. As you are aware, the voyage from here to your country's capital, Tokyo, takes some of 50 days. I thought it'd be prudent to hasten Mrs. Zata's departure as much as possible. Yes, absolutely. I will leave London first thing tomorrow morning. Can't believe this is happening. So Gina has been charged? She'll have to appear in court? Yes, she was formally charged a few hours ago, and the date of trial has already been set for tomorrow. No, not even 24 hours later? Gina? Ah, the Stroud girl, and the murderer of the Baker Street pawnbroker, yes. All too conspicuous case. The pickpocket was clearly disturbed mid-robbery and then shot the man in panic. Now the yard is overstretched as it is without wasting time on these open and shut cases. It's not wasting time. Ginny would never do something like that. Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, Lord Strongheart? In deference of your fine services to date, I shall overlook this girl's insolence. But I have no recollection of admitting a child into my office. Leave. Now. Of course, Lord Strongheart. Criminals will tell their most palatable lies in order to evade justice. Police cannot ill afford the time it takes to unravel their untruths. Meanwhile, more crimes are perpetrated. We have far more serious matters with which to contend. Serious matters? Didn't Gregson mention something like that yesterday? Yes, Inspector Gregson made a similar remark yesterday. It's no concern of yours, though I'm sure I need not to remind you of that. "3 minutes precisely until my next meeting. You must excuse me." There's just one more thing, Lord Strongheart. Which is? It's Miss Lestrange's trial. I wonder if you might permit me to defend her? Timely suggestion. Sorry? The girl currently has no representation. But that's not fair. Yes, she may be a pickpocket, but she still deserves a fair trial. Do not misunderstand me, young lady. The government provides for those too poor to afford representation with a public defender. The accused needs only to sign the relevant paperwork, and a defense barrister will be assigned to the case. However, the young girl in question has refused that right. Why would she do that? Question for you to well direct at Miss Lestrade. You'll find her at the local prison. Yes, thank you. Now then, it's time I was leaving. Good day to you. What a day. Charged with murder? Saw the sound about to leave? Come, Mr. Naruhodo, Iris, we must make haste. But, Susie, you're leaving for Japan tomorrow morning, aren't you? Don't you have packing and things to do? As Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, my personal circumstances are no of consequence. My sole purpose remains to help you, whatever way I can. Thank you, Mrs. Otto. It's a very pensive look. I think we ought to visit Gina first. In any case, I should like to wish her all well before I leave. Yes, that sounds like a good idea. Let's go. If I'm honest, this has completely thrown me off. Just have to do what I can as a lawyer. Local prison, cell 13. Ah, hello again, Gina. What are you lot here for now? To have the muzzle of that grenade launcher shoved in their faces yet again, obviously. I think I need to improvise. I need to improve the way you load ammunition into that thing, don't I? Look! You can come as many times as you like, but I ain't got nothing more to say to you. Gina? I wonder if you might hear me out. There's something I'd like to say. What? I'm sorry to say that I must reluctantly bid you farewell. Huh? Farewell? Tomorrow I must begin my journey back home to Japan. I fear we may never meet again. Oh, right. I had the pleasure of meeting so many lovely people here in London. I have so many wonderful memories. And yet, as things stand now, it will be a glum parting indeed. Iris is so miserable. Susie. Well, that ain't my business. Both Iris and Mr. Naruhodo believe you to be innocent. Gina, they put your faith in you. But somehow, you can't find it in your heart to put your faith in them. Yeah, that's right, I can't. What of it? It grieves me so greatly to have to say goodbye to my friends when they're so clearly unhappy. Because of you? What, it's my fault? Yes, so I have one final request, Gina, before our paths never cross again. Right here and now, I want you to show both of them that you don't deserve the faith they invested in you. Huh? Only by doing that, will you truly be as alone as you claim to be? What are you talking about? What do you expect me to do, huh? You've told us that everyone lies. So prove it by admitting one of your untruths. Own untruths. What about what you said before, Ginny? You said something about unforgivable lies. You must tell Mr. Naruhodo and Iris the truth now. That's my last request before I leave. My last request as a digital assistant. No, I can't. Whatever these lies are, they're obviously weighing very heavily on his mind. Gina, I could be wrong, but is this something to do with what happened 2 months ago? Something about the trial? The one which Magnus McGilded was acquitted? The case of that mysterious murder that took place inside the omnibus? You were called as a witness by the prosecution. Is that what this is about? Yeah, you're right. Because in that trial, I lied. I lied like you wouldn't believe. Will you tell us about it now? Like you said, it was all a pen. It all happened 2 months ago. Coppers got a hold of me, and shoved me in the witness stand. Based on your testimonies, Mr. McGilded was declared innocent. Yeah, well, the thing is, I lied about a whole bunch of stuff. I knew it. What sort of things did you lie about? I was hiding under the seat that night. That was the truth. It was pitch black in that little cubbyhole. Couldn't see a thing. And then I heard that loud thud, like someone falling on the floor. That's when Mr. McGilded discovered you? Yeah. He pulled me up from under the seat and sat me next to the dead man. There wasn't much light to see by, but when I looked at me hands, I had blood. I had the cove's blood all over them. I was so scared, I couldn't even speak. You had his blood on your hands? In other words, it was Gina that the witnesses and the wolf deck saw through the skylight. Then, Mr. McGilded started asking you questions, I suppose. Who you were, while you were hiding under the seat? Yeah, he did. Only, that's not all. What do you mean? I mean, he threatened me. Threatened you? How? Made me swear by what I seen and what I'd heard. About what he was gonna do after the cove was found dead. Made me swear I would tell no one about it. Wait a second. This dude isn't stabbed. At the moment. So did he die in some other way? Made me swear I wouldn't tell no one about any of it. If I did that, he said he'd let me scarper before the coppers showed up. Gina, you must tell me what he swore you to secrecy about. What you saw, what you heard, everything. You said McGilded made you swear not to tell anyone what you saw. But you were in the pitch black apartment under the seat the whole time, weren't you? Yes, with Mr. McGilded sitting on above your head, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that was true, but it was when I heard the thud of the cove in the floor, I let out a little scream, you see, couldn't help it. McGilded heard that and dragged me up on the arm. That's when I saw it. It was on the floor next to the old geezer. I'd been stabbed. A disc, all bright and shiny. A disc? Do you mean? Yeah, that's it. The one what the D took off me at Winnie Binks. So the music box disc was there on the floor in the omnibus. Not for long, McGilded spotted it straight away. Picked up some He picked it up, smartish and stuff, and stuffed it inside his pocket. So that disc was in the omnibus 2 months ago at the scene of Mr. Mason's murder. And the bog trotter told me. I went to mutter a word about it to no one. Because it was so dark under the seat in that cab, I was straining my ears the whole time. After a while, I heard the door and footsteps inside the cabin. Presumably that of McGilda getting on board. Nah, not only him. Oh? Because I could definitely make out the footsteps of 2 people. In that case, it would seem likely that it was Mr. McGilda and the victim. Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. In his testimonies during his trial, Mr. McGilda claimed he slept during the carriage ride. Whenever I'm in the carriage, I'm taken with the fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it. And your own testimony, Gina, supported his? All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. Yeah, that weren't exactly true. Neither of them was asleep. I could hear them talking about the whole time in low voices. What? What were they talking about? Sorry, I don't know. The sound of the horses and the wheels is too loud. That still tells us something. Mr. McGilda and the victim knew each other. So McGilda was lying as I suspected. I knew it weren't gonna take long before someone raised the alarm. The bloke had been killed. Yes, you were quite right. The other passengers on the roof deck noticed very quickly. So when the cab came to a stop, McGilda told me to hide back under the seat again. Climbed in and waited. Two cows from up top ran off to get the coppers. Yes, Mr. Fairplay, Mr. First. Right, and after they gone, McGilda asked the driver to do him a favor. Favor? Now then, fella, what I need you to do is take this coat of mine and deposit it with a nearby pawnbroker. And for your troubles, let's see now. I'll give you 10 guineas. A nearby pawnbroker? You mean on Baker Street? Yep, you got it. It was Wendy Banks. Kochi snapped up the money and ran off to pop his coat as fast as he could. So then there was no one left in the carriage. Gilded opened the box under the seat and let me get out there. And now without conditions. See? What were McGilda's conditions then? For letting you go free, I mean? Not telling a soul, not for anything. Not what I saw, what I heard. And there was something else as well. There's more? Yeah. This is the most important thing, he said. I'm after sending the coachman on a little errand for me. Some small change in his hand. Now then, did you hear what I asked of him? Did you see anything at all? You asked him to go pop your weasel, right? Why? Feeling. Fiend's taken over me overcoat to dispose it with the pawnbroker hereabouts. And I want you last to take the redemption ticket for it. You understand? What? You want me to have the ticket? That's right. I'll come fetch it from you later. Sometime within the next 2 months. You're to hang on to it until then. Is that clear? Whatever you do, don't lose it. Alright then. In any case, I might happen to... And in the case I might happen to be delayed at all, you're to go to the pawn shop when you Banks, so it is, and you're to have to extend the loan before the 2 months is up. Forget, the article will be forfeited and my own fiend could come along and buy it. Any old fiend. But But I ain't got that kind of brass. Here's £5. That should be enough. Do you understand each other, lass? Don't try anything funny now if you go against me. Yeah, I get it. Good. And one more thing. In a few days from now, you'll be visited by the police, I've no doubt. Coppers? Right. They'll come asking you to take the stand in court. Testify as a witness. So let's just have a wee chat about that, shall we? What is that you might say? What is it that you want? Yeah, you won't. After you'd gone all over it, I piked it as far away from there as I could. He hid the pawnbroker's ticket in some bushes near the scene. I went to fetch it the next day once it got dark. So Matilda planned it. And coerced Gina to give me a false testimony. I bet you're ready to string me up, eh? I lied. In that big old courtroom. Pulled some corkers. The thing is, he said he would make it so that we couldn't live in the East End. He said he would make it so we couldn't live in the East End no more. That's what he threatened me with. What a wicked man. He knew everything what went on in the back slums. He knew we had no one to look after us. And we was all looking out for each other, getting by together. So you mean McGilded would have a heartbeat? He would have had a lot of us chased out of there if he wanted. And then where would we have gone? Huh? Nowhere. That's where. So I didn't have no choice. Thank you, Gina, for telling us everything. But I'm for it now, huh? Go on, admit it. You must be livid. Well, you can make amends by doing me a simple favor. A favor? What? Sign the representation papers for tomorrow's trial. Huh? If you don't actually want me to represent you in court, you can rip it up later. But we need that paperwork or we can't investigate. Police won't let us. Investigate what? Scene of the incident last night. Mr. Sholmes was shot, you see? You what? Ellie's having a big operation right now, Jenny. Is it bad? Is he gonna be alright? Sholmes is gonna be alright. Right? That's why I want to investigate. For Sholmes' sake, as much as anything. Right. So what you're saying is, if I sign that bit of paper, everyone's happy? Is that it? Something like that, Mrs. Otto? Yes, of course. I have the representation papers here. I don't need no one to stick up for me, though. Lawyer? No, nothing. Or nothing. Poor Ginny, she seems so lonely. Gina's representation papers. Well, at least this should mean we can investigate a scene at Wendy Bank now. Yes? And perhaps we can come back to visit Ginny when we're done there? I feel like we finally cracked Gina. Come up to us at last. And now I have to representation papers. No one else knows what responsibility. Anyway, for now it means Inspector Gregson can't stop us from investigating at Windy Bank. Although, something tells me he's not going to be happy about it. I'm gonna take a quick break to eat because I am hungry. And I'm sure this will still go on for at least another 5 hours. So I'll be back. I am hungry. I want food. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry that took a little longer than I expected. I got distracted because there was dishes to be done. Anyways. Okay, let's get on with it. This is probably the last of the investigation before we go to court. Maybe. Gonna find out. One second. Also, my dog is here, so if you ever hear any noises in the background, it's probably him. He sometimes likes to bark because he hears noises. But he's been getting better about it. Alright, get on with it. Oh wait, I just saved again. 16th of April, 1:24 p.m. when the bank's bombed free. Here we are again at the scene of the crime. I'll thrust these representation papers in Gregson's face and see what he makes of them. Hello again, Inspector. Do you have a minute, please? What is it now? I should go home and get some rest. Here you are, Gregsy. Here are the representation papers. Oh, never mind. How? I don't believe it. How the devil did you get that stubborn little ragabash to sign that? I salute you. It's good work, that is. I can see you've been very busy here as well. How about some tea? It's a special blend designed to relieve fatigue. Lovely. Well, let's see now. Yes, yes, I hardly feel tired at all. I'm fit as a fiddle, your ladyship. Would it be alright if we investigated the scene of the crime then? Do as you please. You know where it happened. Through that door behind the counter. Yes, the storeroom. That's where I discovered Mr. Winniebank. Gina. Right, well, I'll be getting back to business then. Will you be investigating the storeroom as well, Inspector? If I'm being perfectly honest, we need to wrap this up before long. Can't afford to spend too much time on it. There's so many articles to go through, it's taking forever, even with the lads working around the clock. Which is a problem, because there's another case the Yard needs to investigate urgently. That must be what Lord Strongheart meant by far more serious matters. Or? So what I'm saying is, don't get her under my feet, sunshine. Come then. Let us not waste any time. Can we look at this now? That's a music box. Do you have them where you're from, Reno? Yes, but I never seen one as large as this in Japan. Oh, well this will be a treat. Shall we have a listen? What do you think? Isn't it a pretty sound? It's a beautiful sound, yes, but it's a little hard to enjoy when all the policemen in the room are giving you fierce looks. Never mind that. If any of them see anything, I'll tell Gregsy to have a word. Harris Wilson, Superintendent of Scotland Yard. Why is there broken glass on the floor? Oh, well I guess we can look at it. There's the article ledger here, and Mr. Winniebank's notes, and what's this? Looks as though someone had left a little photograph of print behind. Oh, look in the back. There's some writing. Is there? Oh, show us, Susie. Show us. 15th of February, 10:30 p.m. Article deposited. One gentleman's overcoat. Loan amount paid, £1. Redemption deadline, 15th of April, 10:30 p.m. A gentleman's overcoat pawned for £1. Clearly it was a very fine coat, in fact, I think. Yes, this must be the ticket for the overcoat that Ginny redeemed yesterday. And is still wearing, which belonged to Gilden. I would never expected the redemption ticket to be handwritten on the back of a photograph, though. Seems Mr. Winniebank just used whatever piece of paper he happened to have to hand. But this photograph of a cat looks very familiar, doesn't it? I'm sure we've seen this exact same picture somewhere recently. Oh, yes, you're right. Very recently. It's the same one that Ginny gave us earlier. Of course, I was forgetting that she gave us that print. Well, what are you waiting for then, Mr. Naruhodo? Get it out. Alright, alright. The clock's turn. I'm not exactly the same. Because, like, that cutoff's there, that has the whole smile there. This looks like it's taken at, like, a slightly different angle. Or the cat, like, turned its head a bit. Yes, they're exactly the same. I got it. These two photographs hide an amazing secret. A secret? What does she mean? You must tell us, Iris, at once. Do you really want to know? Yes, we need you to tell us all you know about this pair of photographs. So Iris, about these two photographic prints. The one we found here in Mr. Moneybank's counter, and the one Gina gave us before. What is this amazing secret you mentioned that's hidden between these two identical prints? Actually, that's not quite right. Sorry? If you look carefully, the two prints aren't the same. Not exactly. They're not? Have another look at them now. Can you see that they are just slightly different from each other? I think so. It's very subtle though. But what's the reason for the subtle difference between the two prints? Ah, well, it's because they are set, you see? No, I don't. This pair of photographs is meant to be used in a stereoscope. Everyone in London is raving about them at the moment. Ah, a stereoscope. Why do I feel as though I've heard that word before recently? Oh, yes. That's what Mr. Strom showed us yesterday. You see? There it is, just over there. Ah, yes, of course. That magical machine that makes pictures look almost real enough to touch. Well, actually, it's quite possible to see the same depth in pictures even without one of those contraptions. What? Really? Do you know how a pair of flat photographic prints can appear to have any depth in the first place? No, I have no idea. Oh, wonderful. Then I'll be able to tell you. She's over the moon, bless her. Should we let her explain, though? We really need to carry on investigating this scene. I, for one, simply have to know. Have you ever considered, Renault, how our eyes see depth in the world around us? I just open them, and it works. But the reason it works is because we have two eyes. Two eyes? Shocking. If you try closing just one eye at a time, you'll see straight away. What you see with your left eye, and what you see with your right eye are ever so slightly different. You have a different view with each eye. Yes, the position of objects seems to shift slightly. Exactly. And in your head, your brain uses that shift to estimate depth as it merges the two views into one. That's how we can sense depth in everything we see. My brain really is amazing, isn't it? Does so much without telling me. Ah, I think I see. So the pair of photographs consists of a left eye view and a right eye view. Is that right? Oh, well done, Susie. You're so quick. So, if you can persuade your brain to merge the two pictures together in your head, you'd be able to see the depth in these prints. Like going cross-eyed. Yes, Bruno, you're beginning to understand. And a stereoscope's function is to act as your brain and allow you to do just that. Yes, but as long as you have two images, two eyes, and one brain, you can actually do it yourself without needing a stereoscope at all. You can? Really? Let's try it. Let's see if you can view this pair of prints without the help of a stereoscope. Oh, yes, I'm dying to have a go. Suzato-san really loves this kind of thing. You need to be able to cross your eyes. That's the main thing. You both do that? Cross my eyes? I think I can. Watch me. Watch me to see if you can copy. Make your eyes do this. Alright, let me try. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo? There, how about that? Wonderful, it's your turn, Runo. Trick is to concentrate, looking at the bridge of your nose with both eyes at the same time. Not exactly an easy task when two people are staring at you cross-eyed. Alright, that's enough practice. Let's try looking at the prints. Start by staring at one print and slowly crossing your eyes. You should see two overlapping images like this. Try now, Runo. Just gonna have to give it a try, I suppose. Did the print split into two images for you? Now the next step is to put the pair of prints side by side like this, and then try crossing your eyes again. Prints should slowly merge together until form a new single image at the center. Oh yes! So Naruhodo, it works! You can see it in the middle now. It looks so real, I can see it, look at it all day. I wouldn't advise that, your eyes might start to hurt. Your turn, Runo. And you're looking through the two pictures and slowly cross your eyes. Keep adjusting the position of your eyes until the two images overlap exactly in the middle. Like this, is it? There, you managed it. So now you know how the stereoscopic images work. Well, I don't know who discovered it, but it really is quite extraordinary. So what do you think of these stereoscopic prints then, Bruno? They're certainly amazing, but it isn't easy to get the knack of viewing them properly. No, some people find it easier than others. That's why contraptions like this exist, for people who find it tricky. Oh, I recognize that. We saw one over there yesterday, didn't we? If I remember correctly, you press this little knob here. And then set the pair of photographs in this stand at the back end. It's still amazing, even though I know roughly how it works now. Well, London seems to agree with you. Stereoscopes are very popular at the moment. You can find one of these folding contraptions in lots of households in the capital currently. But if these little machines are so affordable, surely there's no need to go around staring cross-eyed at pictures like you hate them. But it's much more satisfying to be able to see the effect with your own eyes. Well, I think so in any case. Stereoscopic pictures. Never even heard of them until yesterday. We certainly learned a lot about them, but I wonder if it's knowledge I'll ever actually need. Second white cat photograph has been entered into the court record. Can we look at the back? Like with the other one? This is the ticket that Gina brought in here yesterday. Yes, having been entrusted to her by Mr. McGildy 2 months earlier. Article deposited when the gentleman overcoat. And the other redemption ticket was in the pocket of that other coat. Yep, for a small box, deposited 2 days before your omnibus incident. Had been anything to do with this at all? There's blood on this. Look! This dark red smear appears to have been made by someone's finger. Do you think it could be blood? Do you see any red marks as blood, Iris? That might be a bit morbid, I think. But it's almost certainly blood, isn't it? It's 10-year-olds today. 10-year-olds today. It probably is blood. Can we look at this? The undersigned agree to legal representation by lawyer named hereunder in regards of the following incident. Defendant Gina Lestrade. Alleged offense, murder of Baker Street pawnbroker. Day of trial, 17th April, 10 a.m. Attorney at law, Renoski Naruto. What's this sign? Oh, never mind. These shelves are where the pawnbroker puts articles that have been forfeited on display for customers to buy. Yes, it really strange, Miss Laney, isn't it? I mean, who would buy this horse statue, for example? Well, sometimes you can find some real treasures among all the junk, you know? Are you alright, Reno? Oh, it's just, well, looks like a collection of useless junk as a whole. But when you pick out individual things, you can't help wishing you owned them. Even that horse statue. Exactly how the pawnbroker works. They're very clever. Ah, look here. Oh yes, a bullet hole. You can see where the bullet is still lodged in the wall. Presumably, Mr. Winniebanks wasn't practicing with his revolver in his spare time. Ah, well. Mr. Sholmes likes to practice in his drawing room whenever he can. He's very patriotic like that. What are you drawing? Sorry? It's all there in the Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, you know? Is that right, Iris? Ah, did I write something like that? Partly in jest, perhaps? In jest? Well, he doesn't do it often. It's quite a dangerous pastime. Doesn't do it often. He shouldn't do it once. Forget that for now, Reno. Let's examine this bullet. What's that around the bullet hole? Is it blood? A suspicious red stain on the calendar. Ah. May well be able to help you with that. What? Is something like the side of blood to get the blood pumping? Is there, Reno? I have a feeling I'm not as bloody-minded as you, Iris. I'm afraid the sight of blood makes my blood run cold. There you have it, you see? When it comes to blood, we're all different types. Yes, what a scientific observation. So you need this? Oh no, what is that scary looking thing? Hurley and I haven't actually come up with a name for it yet. As soon as you see it in action, you'll understand what it does. Watch. Oh, the color of the bloodstain has changed. There, does it make sense now? Yes, I think I'm starting to understand. Good. It works on the principle that different people have different types of blood, you see? Yes, how wonderful. Chemical it fires. The chemical it fires combines with the blood and makes it change color. So you can identify whose blood it is that you're looking at in a flash. Oh, what a fabulous invention, Iris. Isn't it? I bet Ginny would say it's bleeding great. So whose blood are we looking at then? Well, all the chemical does is turn blood into a different color, so... just find someone whose blood turns the same color, and you'll know whose it belongs to in a flash. It's more like 2 flashes, really, isn't it? 1 flash or 2? This could will turn out to be a very valuable clue. So we must make a note of it in the court record. Blood sample into the court record. Let's keep testing and adding the results of any other blood analysis to the portfolio. As long as I have a region left, sure. Actually, there's a stain on the back of one of the photographs, isn't there? I think perhaps we should see if that can tell us anything. So Naruhodo? I don't know if you noticed, but there's something rather troubling here. I have noticed. The red smear, you mean? Yes, looks like blood, doesn't it? I wonder if Sato-san had picked up on that. Well, in that case, yes, we need Iris. Let's show this to her before we forget. Oh, that looks like blood. I would say it's from a gloved finger. Almost certainly a glove made of leather. Well, don't worry, Bruno. You can leave the rest to me. Look at that. Yes, that's a collar we haven't seen before, isn't it? We simply must add it to the portfolio of blood samples. Could be an important clue. Although, it'd be nice to find out whose blood these different colors correspond to at some point. Well, this particular stain of blood... Oh, you had an idea, haven't you? Do you know whose blood this is? Yes, I have an idea whose blood it is. Not from the color returned, but with a little deduction. That's right. I think it's clear. Iris, you know as well? You first, Bruno. Who do you think it belongs to? Alright, I believe this is the blood of... Thrice-fired Mason. You don't sound very sure yourself, the way you trailed off there. Well, it was 2 months ago now, that case. And of course I've never met the victim, so I'm struggling to remember his name. He was definitely thrice-fired, though. The victim of the omnibus case? Yes, his name was indeed Mr. Thrice-fired Mason. That would mean that this bloodstain was left on the ticket 2 months ago. Yes, I think it was. Gina brought this ticket here to Wendy Banks yesterday. I'm suggesting that the bloodstain was already on that at the time. So it's a smear of blood from the time that Mr. Mason was killed 2 months ago. Something else is coming back to me now. Mr. McGilden was also wearing leather gloves that night. Now I ask you, with a good hard soul when I rushed to help a fella bleeding from his stomach. I wasn't about to start wearing bummy gloves now, was I? I reached out and gave the man a hand. It certainly does look like a leather glove thumbprint in this mark. We know that Mr. McGilden had no injuries at the time anywhere on his body, from which we can conclude that any blood on the glove belonged to the victim, Mr. Mason. Mr. Naruhodo, you sound just like Mr. Sholmes. Minus the quirky slip-ups, I hope. Yes, I think you're right, Bruno. Very well, let's make a note of this. Okay. Oops. I'm not meaning to do that. Where's the picture thing that Sholm set up? The ledger that's open on the counter over there really is enormous, isn't it? Must be an awful lot of work to keep track of all these hundreds of items in pawn. Too much to think about. Better to sell it all and have a clear head if you ask me. But clearly Mr. Moneybank is very careful when it comes to articles in his care. That's all? Three golden balls. That's right. The sign shows the shop is a pawnbroker. A bit like your armband shows you're a defense lawyer. And what's the significance of the three golden balls? Does it have some special meaning? I expect Hurley would like to answer that question when he's back from the hospital. You mean you don't know? That is the strange contraption that lets you see pictures of things if they're right in front of your eyes. Makes you think. When Mr. Strong's gleefully showed it to us yesterday, we were blissfully unaware of any of this was about to happen. I'm fairly sure this contraption was here yesterday as well. Here we are. Though I'm not confident I can get it closed again. Oh, yes, that's a folding stereoscope. Really? This is a stereoscope? Mr. Jones showed us a picture yesterday that you were supposed to be able to see in 3 dimensions. But for that, he used a big contraption over there. Oh, well, that's for use in public houses and places like that. It contains a carousel with all sorts of pictures inside. But this little thing is a much simpler design for use at home. There are special shops selling prints you can use in them. I have a little collection myself. I wonder if I can make some money out of these in Japan. It would be keeping my toilet sparkling game. Okay. Is that like a saying? I don't know. You don't know where that picture thing is. Somewhere around here, but maybe it's gone. Alright, let's go back there. And that door is the storeroom, is it? Isn't it? That's what Grexy said. Yes, and that's where I saw that dreadful scene last night. Through the little window at the door. In the door. Mr. Windybank, face down on the floor with Gina beside him. As the accused legal representative, you have the right to examine the scene, Mr. Naruto. Let's make a thorough investigation. Yes, of course. And we will. Behind that door is that's the real scene of the crime. Don't worry, if there's any clues in there, I'll find them. Guess I have to use the move option instead of clicking on it. Windy Banks storeroom. Poor Iris, she's climbed up completely. Iris is bound to find this difficult. After all, Mr. Windybank's life was taken in this very room only last night. Ah! Wait, Inspector. What is it now, Sunshine? Took one look at me and tried to run away. You think Scotland Yard Inspector would just run away from some jumped up little defense lawyer? Do ya? Well, never seen her ladyship look like that before, it's a thing. Didn't know what to say to her. So you weren't running away from me, you were running away from a 10-year-old. I'm afraid this is all a little much for young Iris. Some gentle reassurance might go a long way, perhaps, Inspector. Huh? Don't trouble yourself unduly, your ladyship. I mean, at least you're not dead, are you? I don't think that went very well. Why? Look, I'm in the middle of an investigation here, Sunshine, and I told you not to get under my feet. And we have investigating through ourselves, yes? To hear more of what the socially inept inspector has to say. Oh, Hurley. Inquire about how Mr. Strom's operations go. So, Inspector, did you make it to crime scene here? Sure, got my eyes on it, haven't you? Use them. You got eyes, haven't you? Use them. That's what it looks like, having more than less. Iris, can you lend me a hand? So, Grexy, when you make it to crime scene here? Oh yes, your ladyship, do you allow me to humbly explain? Last night, shortly after the hour of 1 o'clock in the morning, Scotland Yard police attended the scene. The one and only door in the storeroom was found locked from the inside, so it was locked from the inside. The lock appears to be broken now, though. Was that the police officer's doing? Quite right, ma'am, quite right. We took the liberty of smashing the door in as humbly as possible. Oh. As you can see, the victim was discovered prostrate on the floor, spice. Next to the aforementioned body, we discovered the vile gutter child. Are you talking about Jenny? She's my friend, you know, Inspector. Miss Lestrade, the hapless girl, was curled up on the floor, dead to the world. She's still alive, you know? Yes, when I saw her, she appeared to be unconscious. I'm afraid to say she had the gun that was used in her hand. No. Presumably, it's the gun that's still down there on the floor now. In her pocket, we found the key to the door as well. What? The key to the storeroom? And you say the storeroom has been locked from the inside, Inspector? Correct. All of which leads her ladyship's friend in something of a sticky situation, I'm afraid. Obviously, my personal opinion is that it's all some sort of misunderstanding. Of course it is, Inspector, of course it is. Rexy, do you know anything about Hurley? The operation finished? Is Hurley alright? Is he? The thing is, don't mince your words, Inspector. Please. You don't mean to say that Mr. Sholmes is... No. The operation is done and dusted. Just that, well, out with it. Yes, ma'am. They use something called a general anesthetic, the latest thing, renders the body insensitive. The whole body, anesthetize? It is not even possible. Means the operation can be completed while the patient is fast asleep. Goodness, in the Empire of Japan, we just managed to provide laughing gas for tooth extraction. The trouble is, the latest thing isn't always the greatest thing, if you follow my meaning. Couldn't get the medication to work at first, so it took hours for him to just nod off. Or so I hear. Now the op's finished, they can't get him to wake up, apparently. Oh my. No one knows if it's the anesthetic still in the system or if the bloke just plain exhausted. Anyways, all they can do is stand back and watch until he comes around again. Early. The moment he opens his eyes, your ladyship, I swear I'll get the word to you. What a surprise, even in matters of life and death, Mr. Sholmes has to do things his way. Look at all these articles that have been deposited. The room is stuffed full of them. Can't believe how many there are. Bicycle, a gramophone, musical instruments, even some enormous paintings. Look. Pieces of different people's lives quietly gathering dust in here together. There's something very peaceful about the atmosphere. Or at least there would be, if not for the chalk outline on the floor, the policeman shuffling around. Not much I can do about that, sunshine. Police have marked the position of the body with the chalk line. Poor Mr. Winbank. He was a nice old man. Well, he was shot just once through the heart. Most likely the fellow died instantly when I filled the thing. I don't think being shot through the heart works like that. This must be his blood then? Ah. I don't like to ask such a wretched time, Iris, but I wonder if perhaps... Don't worry, Susie. Ready for action. So, now we know the color the chemical turns when it reacts with Mr. Winniebank's blood. Doesn't match our analysis of the bloodstains we found in the main shop. No, but let's add this to sample the others we collected anyways. This is a revolver, a real one. And quite possibly the murder weapon used to make Mr. Winniebank's life. What's the matter, Susie? You and Rita look like you're about to faint. Well, it's just that I've rarely seen a gun in the flesh, and I've had issues with guns in the past. Anyways, we saw Mr. Winniebank with us yesterday, didn't we? I shot to take my own life. Must be the same gun. And last night, I looked through the spy hole in the door. The storeroom here. That was the same gun I saw in Gina's hand. Mr. Winniebank told us that he only ever had a single bullet loaded in his revolver, didn't he? Well, it's empty now. One and only bullet he had in the gun had been fired. So we can be fairly certain that only a single shot was fired from this revolver. In the terms of him getting shot, Mr. Winniebank, He could have been shot through the whole door. Out of all the articles in his storeroom, this is the only thing that shows any sign of being ransacked. What is it, Iris? That's the box file that my manuscript was getting kept in. Oh. Iris's unpublished story, The Hound of Baxtervilles? Surely that's not what all this is. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Not telling you. Sorry. We must check inside that box at once. Yes. It was there. Iris's story was there. Really? It was? Well, that's good news, isn't it, Iris? Yes. I mean, of course I believe Hurley. You said you deposited here. Still. It's a relief to actually see it. Really? Because that's not very well hidden frown. Iris's manuscript has been entered in the court record. Is there anything else? Guess not. Oh wait, yes there is. Iris? Don't worry, I'm alright. But we must find the true culprit. Yes, absolutely. Found at the Baxtervilles. Let's just let us know the exact title of this unpublished story. Suppose I'll just have to wait until she's ready to explain it to me. Sorry. Oh, maybe I should present this to her? Oh, my manuscript. Sir Shalom said he deposited at Wendy Banks, and he had. It's so strange. What is it about this particular story? I worked so hard on it. Why would Hurley say I can't publish it? I'm afraid I have no idea. All you can do is wait until he's ready to tell you, I suppose. Oh, Maybe. It's because Harley isn't in it enough. Maybe I didn't give him enough good lines? Yes, maybe. Wish I could say that definitely isn't the reason, but I can't. This officer has been staring intently at the wall ever since we came in here. Shh, keep it down. Oh, sorry. It's a major clue just here. Really? Then we must tell Gregsy at once. But as soon as I report it, that'll be it. I'll be stuck here even longer. Stuck here? What do you mean? Been home in 2 days already. I need another constable to relieve me and take over my shift. They really have a tough time, the British police. Doesn't stop us from investigating, though, does it? No, I suppose not. Fairly sure it was the calendar he was peering at. Well, we already looked at the calendar, so... Oh well. Seem wrong somehow? Oh, there's all sorts of different colors. Pretty pinks and purples too, you know? Said, everyone's blood is different. I wonder what color my blood would turn out. Actually, I don't want to know. Is there something in the room we missed? Or do we have to go somewhere else? Let's see. Can I ask him about the manuscript? Is that what I think it is? Your ladyship's latest? Yes, my latest story. It's called The Hounds of Baxtervilles. Most fascinating title, your ladyship. Fascinating. I suppose there would be any mention of my humble self in this tale this time? Good question. Can't really remember. I see. Well, why don't you? Your ladyship? I'll display this publication with eager anticipation. Needn't worry, Inspector. I'm sure if you do appear, you won't be doing anything particular or remarkable. You're looking to be arrested, Sunshine? Well, I didn't mean like that, and even if I did, you wouldn't have been her ladyship's head off, would you? Okay. Can we look for this box? Mr. Winnebanks Pierce has used the back of this photograph to write out a redemption ticket. He's written it very neatly, but still, perhaps he ran out of paper. Just to use anything he had at hand. It's hard to know what's the front and what's the reverse side now. No, it doesn't seem so. I think we're done in here. What if we go on the street? Is there anything? Does this dude anything to say? Still a Scotland Yard carriage outside Winniebanks. Never imagined we'd be investigating a case so close to home. Poor Irish, she's very upset about all this. Sorry, I was there. Should have done more. None of this is your fault, Renault. Please, don't apologize. It's criminals who are blamed for this, so let's investigate and work out how to catch them. Yes, you're right. Well, it doesn't really seem like there's anything out here. Already been 2 months that we've been taking lodgings here above Mr. Strom's office. Still can't believe it. Never expected things would turn out like this. Charlie comes back home, let's have a big party. It's a great idea. Sure, it won't be long. Mr. Jones is very tough. Yes. Can we talk to Gina? Does she have anything to say besides just her going in there? Like, why did she get knocked out? Stuff like that. Oh no, I'll try to go to her. Gina doesn't appear to be here. I believe she must be in questioning at the moment. Oh, but wait a minute. What is it, Iris? Well, if you examine the scene here carefully, there's another possibility, isn't there? Janika has slipped the key from a jailer when he was looking and escaped. Oh my. Why would she do something like that? It only make her situation worse. Calm down, Bruno. I was only joking, of course. Oh. You had me worried there. That was a great deduction. Yes, it must be your way with words, Iris. You're so wonderfully persuasive. Perhaps you don't fully understand the weight of your words carry. Oh dear, I'm sorry. I suppose a light-hearted great detective is contradiction in terms. Well, in the same situation, I'm sure Sholmes would have just thrown his head back and scoffed. I'm not entirely sure that's helpful, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, anyways, looks like we won't be able to talk to Gina for a while. Try to make progress with our investigation in the meantime. Yes, come along then, Runo. Come along, Susie. I'm not sure what to do next. Because I doubt there's anything in like the Sholmes suite or Naruhodo Legal Consultancy or the Lord Chief Justice's office. Guess it wouldn't hurt to go there and just see. No, it doesn't really seem like maybe we can look out the window in here. Nope. What's this? Oh, this looks like a telegram. It is, but you must open it. Not under any circumstances. Alright, I won't. Now then, let's see. No! What did I just say? You mustn't open it. Don't worry, I won't. This special concoction I developed, I'll be able to see through this envelope without having to open it. No, that's not allowed either. Oh, I'm sure it's something important. Little geniuses sure can be mischievous. Okay. So, probably have to go back to the store. Or the storeroom. Unless we can try going to the hospital. Nope. So there must be something we're missing here. Maybe we can try presenting this to her. See if we can look for it. Do you mind if I showed you this, Iris? It's just a boring old thing, really, but... Oh, I really like boring things. Ah, looks like Japanese modesty is easily misinterpreted as young Western children. I mean, who does like boring things? No one wants to be shown something boring. Come to think of it, you're always interested in things, but this is boring, but it's a bad habit. You should stop it. I'll be sure to let the entire population of the Empire of Japan know. Okay. Oops. There must be something I missed. Like that picture taking thing. I don't know where it is. Is it gone or I missed it? Oh, oops. Looks of it. Sections from the art. I examine every article in the shop, every ledger and book of accounts. Okay, we already seen this. Maybe I should try presenting stuff to Gregson. 'Cause I doubt Iris wants it. Unless she wants, like... That you can identify differences in people's blood, like that is amazing. Like this is amazing. You really are a genius, Iris. I know. I am. Really, and I put our minds to it, we can really shake up Britain's chemist and alchemist. And you could shake up Japan's lawyers and judges, wouldn't you, Mr. Naruto? Oh, for sure. Even if I didn't intend to. Nope, that didn't do anything. So let's go to the storeroom and try presenting things to Gregson. Maybe he has something to say. Do you have something to say about the blood? Inspector Gregson, could you give me your opinion about this? Do you think? Don't intend to share, Sunshine, not with the general public? In that case, Gregsy, how about some herbal tea? Lovely. So very much. Really hit the spot, your ladyship. You don't mind sharing that then? There's not like anything else. Anything to say about this? Skip, skip, skip. Skip, skip, skip. And what about this? Probably not, but you know. Know what I'll do? I'll get out good old trusty Google. Looking this up. I think this is part 4. Let's see. I was on the right one. I just had to present this to him. I thought because I presented this, then I didn't have to present this one. I had the right go of things, I just didn't go with it. Anyways, Inspector, what do you make of this? Oh, we have here then. Redemption ticket for an article deposit here, is it? Looks like someone ran out of office stationery and wrote the ticket on whatever paper was to hand. Yes, this is a ticket for a gilded overcoat. The one that the little diver turned up with today? Oh, actually, no, it's not. Really? Think you know better than me, do you? No, I didn't mean to, Bruno's right, Greg. See? It isn't the same ticket. Of course it isn't. Of course it isn't. Never doubted your relationship. So what's this all about then? If I may be so bold as to ask? This is a second ticket. A second one? Seems that Mr. McGill did in fact have another article in storage here at Wendy Banks. Is that right? I think we need to discuss this further with the inspector, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh good, because he's ever so easy to talk to. This ticket was in one of the pockets of Mr. McGilded's overcoat. Huh? You mean to tell me... Yes, there was more than just the music box disc, it seems. Should have insisted on the lads taking it to the yard and examine it properly. Well, according to the details on this ticket, Mr. McGill deposited another article with Mr. Windybank. As you can see it right here. A small box, was it? Do you have any idea where it is, Grexy? Any idea at all? Another article belonging to Mr. McGilded could be an important clue. Well, yes, I suppose it could be. Please, stop looking at me with those big turquoise eyes, all full of hope and expectation. It's too much pressure. I'll lose my marbles. I'll go Birkin. This is no time for dog impressions, Inspector. It's enough sauce for you, Sunshine. There is one thing that springs to mind. According to this ticket, the redemption deadline already passed, hasn't it? Oh yes, of course. Articles are only held for 2 months. So the small box will no longer be here then. That's right. It's been forfeited. Which means it could be on the shelves in the front of the shop, where the forfeited items are offered for sale. Yes, the shelves in front. You must search them at once. You're wasting your time. Oh? There are a dozen little boxes out there, hundreds even. Can't possibly know which one might have been gilded, so that information's already in the ledger. Well, I think we should at least have a look, just in case. Of course, your ladyship, of course. Very sensible of you, I'm sure. It's getting old. I nearly jumped on my skin there. How could Mr. Winniebeck set such a wicked trap? I doubt he set out to scare anyone. Is that really the time? I think perhaps we should pay Gina another visit soon. Oh? Trials tomorrow, we must establish whether or not you'll be defending her. I think we should ask her one more time. May have changed her mind. Do you remember Bruno? He told her she could rip up the representation papers if she didn't want you to be her lawyer. Really? Did I say that? Yes, he did. The deadline for submitting the paperwork is fast approaching. In that case, we better hurry back to the prison and talk to Gina again. "5:41 p.m. Local prison, cell 13. Ah, Gina, good. You're back? Ah. The police must have finished questioning her then. Oh, how was it, Ginny? Was it awful? Huh? Oh, don't bother me. Thank you for the papers you signed before, and we were able to investigate at Windybanks. Oh, right. Don't you want to know how we got on? We've been ever so busy. What's the point of in asking? Change what everyone's thinking? That I did it? That's not it. Gina, we came to ask you for your final decision. Huh? What decision? About tomorrow's trial? Will you let us defend you, or not? We must submit the paperwork now if you'd like to. You'd like Mr. Naruhodo to represent you. Right, I see. She really lost her fight all of a sudden. I know what it feels like. The worry is just so hard to bear. Oh, alright then. Blimey, give it a rest with the eyes, Iris. Come on then. Fill us in. Who done it? Fortunately, we don't know that yet. Don't say. We don't know yet, Gina. Mr. Naruhodo and all of us know that you are innocent of this crime. And while we haven't yet managed to work out who the real culprit is, there's a number of interesting facts that we have managed to establish. Oh yeah? Like what? Well, for example, the reason for you being there in the first place. I think I now know why you broke into Windy Banks that night. Looks like I'm gonna have to take some evidence that clearly reveals the reason and thrust it in Gina's face, or I could present it to her calmly, I suppose. We found this in Mr. Windybank's storeroom. Damn it, manuscript of Iris's latest story. Ah. Oh, right. Well, that's good then. Curiously, the storeroom at Windybanks showed no sign of being ransacked for items of value or the like. With one exception. The box file that housed this manuscript. It was you, wasn't it, Gina, who broke open the box containing this manuscript late last night? You were determined to find out whether or not the Hound of the Baxtervilles was really there. That's the real reason you broke into the storeroom last night, isn't it? Why don't you tell us what happened, please? Alright, yeah, this Baxterville story. It's the latest Sholmes adventure, right? But it hadn't been printed yet. I figured it's gotta be worth a fair few pieces of silver, right? Oh yes, at least 5,000 pounds. What? So you intended to sell Iris's manuscript, did you? No. Ginny, how could you? What? Wait, no, hang on. Of course I weren't gonna sell it. All I wanted to do was find out what the mantle script, or whatever you call it, was really in there or not. It's the only reason why I was in the place. For Iris' sake, isn't that right? You knew why you'd done it from the start, Gina. Of course we did. But I knew you wouldn't do anything mean like that, Ginny. I just knew it. Well, when I saw the manuscript in the storeroom, it reminded me of what you said the night before. Grown-ups do a lot worse than that. Believe me, bare-faced liars to all of them. Just they ain't realize it yet. Tanya, that mantle script ain't at Windybanks. Soon see it if you had a look. I'm honest. I've wondered if Hurley was telling me the truth sometimes. I meant that sometimes I wonder if he may have hidden my manuscript somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Oh, Ginny, that's so sweet of you. Alright. I'll tell you why I did it. Just stop looking at me like that, Iris. It weren't because of Iris, that's not why I did it. Just wanted to know the truth, that's all. You wanted to know if Mr. Sholmes was being honest, if he'd really deposited the manuscript at Windybanks? It's like I told you the night before. I never had a father. But Iris's law ain't like mine. She got her dad. She can't see him. And I reckon that's gotta be harder. That's why she writes her stories. About her dad, really? That's what it sounded like to me, anyway. Last night when I was listening to what you were saying. Stories about Daddy? You mean they're not the adventures of a great detective? So much as the adventures of a great detective and his trusty partner? Well, that's how I see it, yeah? You're so thoughtful and so kind, Ginny. Yes, and we never thought any differently, did we? Look, give it a rest, will ya? I hate all this jammy nonsense. Do you hear? I hate it. I trust no one, alright? That's how I work. Because if you don't trust no one can let you down. Leave me alone. Go on. Scarper. I hadn't noticed until now, but it's unmistakably right there on both sleeves on that overcoat. Are some very suspicious red stains. What? Why are you looking at me like that? I think it might be worth presenting some more other findings in that area to Gina now. Those stains on the sleeves of your new coat, Gina. Blood. I don't even know whose blood yet. What? Blood, Mr. Naruhodo? You don't appear to have any obvious wounds yourself, though. So it could be blood that splattered from Mr. Moneybank when he was shot last night? Let's not beat around the bush here. This trusty friend of mine will get the results much faster than anyone else. Take it easy, Iris. I'll move, Ginny. Wanna shoot. Oh. Oh my. What the? Forget the sleeves. The whole coat is covered in blood. Of course. Black color of the fabric was masking stains. That's why you haven't seen them until now. And the blood has reacted to chemical to turn it a purple color, which matches one of the samples we already collected perfectly. Yes, now let's see. Who had the purple blood? Aha, yes, it was the brick maker, Mr. Mason. The victim of the murder case 2 months ago. Damn, did he really kill him? I knew it. What are you all about? The victim? What do you mean? It's a rather uncomfortable situation, Mr. Naruhodo, but I think it makes things quite clear. It means the omnibus case is finally solved. The truth about who really murdered the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, is revealed. Oi! Would someone please explain what's going on? Stop telling half a story. You can see now that the victim's blood is all over Mr. McGilda's overcoat. But in the trial 2 months ago, the defendant said in his testimony, I ask you, what a good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fellow bleeding from his stomach? I was about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out and gave the man a hand. But if you look at this overcoat now, it's clear. These stains could have arisen from Mr. McGilda trying to pull the victim to his feet. If that was what's really happened, the blood wouldn't have splashed all over the front of the coat. The only explanation for his splatter in blood is splattered over Mr. McGilda's coat when he stabbed the victim in the stomach. I tried to run from the truth for long enough. There's no escaping it now. The true culprit in that case, Mr. Mason's killer, was Magnus McGilda. Mr. Naruhodo. That horrible case is solved at last, and I helped the man walk free from that trial. He used all that twisted testimony and all that sham evidence to prove his innocence. But I have let that happen. Bruno, did you believe him, though? Did you believe Mr. McGill was innocent? I believed... Or rather, I think I was trying to believe. I wanted to. Because believing in those you represent in court is a defense lawyer's greatest weapon. A weapon? Before we came to Great Britain, a great friend of mine taught me a valuable lesson. You mean Kazuma-sama? Listen, Inosuke. We lawyers are only human. We can't know for sure what the truth. What is the truth and what is a lie? That's why we must resort to our primary weapon. An unwavering belief in our clients. That's what we really have. Unwavering belief? Only when we truly believe what our clients tell us can we fight with everything we have for their cause. In any battle, there could be no victory without faith. I believe you, unwaveringly. What's funny, Gina? Or sounds like this Empire of Japan you got from. Everyone must be soft. Well, come on, look at this mess you got into believing that bog trotter. Yes, I inadvertently helped a murderer walk free. Well, at least you learned your lesson now, eh? Believing in people never worth it. Someone always stabs you in the back in the end. As soon as you let down your guard, you had it. Believe out my book. Believe in no one. Get hurt by no one. Tina, may I ask you something? What? Just like to make it absolutely sure. What would you like us to do with these representation papers for tomorrow's trial? How many times do I have to say it? Rip them up and chuck them away. You really sure that's what you want? That's what you... I bet that's what he wants and all now. Sir, I'm a believer lawyer over there. Figured it was me at the trial 2 months ago. Let everyone up the garden path in the night. And you're telling me you can believe in me after all that? Well, likely. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? Lawyer's primary weapon is unwavering belief in his clients. Ultimately, it comes down to whether or not I feel I can trust Gina after everything that's happened. Gina? Let me say it again. Please allow me to represent you in tomorrow's trial. Huh? Are you half-baked? Not at all. You not once admitted to committing the crime, have you? What's more, I believe that you're telling me the truth. Seriously, Mr. Naruhodo. Didn't you hear all what I said before? I'm a born liar. Fibs just strip off my tongue. I'm a diver, don't forget. I pulled the wool over your eyes 2 months ago and got you into all sorts of trouble. Why would you ever trust me now? I don't get it. Gina, I do understand why you choose not to put your trust in others. But I assure you, there is more to this life than you yet realize. What do you mean? The world we live in is full of people you would do very well to trust. People who won't ever let you down. True, you're just a student of law, and I'm certainly lacking in courtroom experience. But I can promise you this. Whatever happens, and until my very last breath, I'm completely on your side. What do you expect me to say to that? And it's decided. I will take these papers now and carry out the necessary preparations for tomorrow's trial. It would be a shame to throw them away now after it's been penned with your name so beautifully. What you like. You Eastern Lot are... I don't know what you are. I don't get ya. Gina taking herself off to the back of her cell. She never admitted it, but I hope she's feeling relieved. It's alright in the end, I think. Whoever's hiding there, show yourself at once. Eavesdropping is the height of cowardice. Susato? Somebody is there in the shadows. I can sense it. Someone who wasn't there before. What? Blimey, you're sharp, eh? Suppose you were using one of those mystic Japanese arts, like the art of stealth I've heard so much about. If anyone was being stealthy, it was you, Inspector. Grexy. Oh dear me, I'm most terribly sorry. Your ladyship, didn't mean to startle you. How long have you been listening to our conversation? Good grief. Listening in? No. I just got the word that there was some visitors who were refusing to leave, even though it was after hours. Sure, your ladyship, I only just arrived. This very minute, now a moment earlier. That's all. That's all it is. Nothing untoward? Nothing at all. After hours? Is it that late already? So then I'll humbly excuse myself now, your ladyship. Ta-da. Will do. Cheerio. All the best. Bye-bye. Bye. And bye. That's a lot of farewells, and not one of them appropriate for her ladyship. Oh, but I wanted to have a chat. I'm terribly sorry, but time is pressing at the minute. Oh, I see. That's a shame. I don't get this emergency at the Supreme Court dealt with sharpish. Lord Strongheart will, well... Emergency? Lord Strongheart? Nothing. Forget I said anything. Anyway, I'm off. Alright, Grexy, if you have to. But let's chat soon. Delighted. Charm. Can wait, if you please. My pleasure. That's a lot of pleasantries, and not one of them sounded sincere. Rexy's so funny. He says such silly things. It's certainly entertaining to see an inspector of the police fawning over a 10-year-old girl. But anyways, I wonder what this emergency is at the Supreme Court. I must attend the court's clerk's office now before it closes. Yes, of course. Thank you, Miss Susato. Kindly escort Iris home now, Mr. Naruhodo. I shall meet you there. And so our investigation came to an end. Sato-san went to file the necessary papers for my defense of Gina the following day. Then it hit me. I could no longer suppress the wretched feeling that had been gnawing away at my insides. Tomorrow, Sato-san would be leaving Britain and making her way back to Japan. April 16th, 11:13 p.m. Naruhodo Legal Consultancy. Naruhodo-san, it's been a very trying day, hasn't it? I do hope you're not too exhausted. What about you, Sato-san? Today's been even more trying for you, I'm sure. Mr. Holmes was shot before our eyes. Gina was arrested. All on the back of the news that her father had fallen ill, and she must return to Japan at once. I hope your father recovers soon. Thank you for your kind words. I wonder why it is that so many thoughts rage in my head like a storm, and yet I seem unable to find the words to express any of them. I know exactly what you mean. Anyway, I have one final task to complete as your digital assistant. When that is done, I shall make preparations for my departure tomorrow. One final task? You mentioned one final task a moment ago. What did you mean? Oh my, I nearly forgot. Please, I want you to have this. What is that? Some huge bundle of documents. It's my notes from the case 2 months ago. The murder that was committed on the omnibus. The McGilded case. Seems to me that this case of Mr. Windybank's murder, which Gina is accused, is very much tied up with the omnibus case in ways that are not yet completely apparent. So I took the liberty of consolidating my writings about the case for you. Everything else she's had to think about, Sato-san still manages to do this, and all neatly laid out for me in her beautiful handwriting. It was my pleasure. I can only hope that I will bolster your case tomorrow for Gina. Thank you so much, Sato-san. I'll do my best to use it wisely. You really are the best digital assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Sorry? I didn't quite catch what you said there. Oh, ignore me. I was just mumbling to myself. It's just 2 months since we arrived in London. But we've managed to establish this office. I was fondly feeling as though we were settling it. I wonder, I would be lying if I said I felt no regret. I'm so shy. So sorry, Sato-san. It's just so sudden. I really don't know what to think. I had no time to gather my thoughts. I know we've only been here a short time, but in my limited experience of the courtroom, I feel I've learned something. And what would that be? It seems to me that there are many facets to people's personalities. Facets? Like a jewel, the light plays off them in complex patterns, illuminating their actions and their motives. But we see only a small number of the total facets and what is illuminated is only a part of the whole story. What lies in the shadows? What do those facets we cannot see look like? Perhaps there are some parts we'll never lay our eyes on for as long as we live. It's so true. Sometimes I feel as though I'm blind to so much. I keep hoping that one day it'll all become clear. That all the facets will be illuminated. I'll finally understand how everything fits together. Naruto-san. I suppose what matters is that we keep our eyes open and keep moving forward, even if the way sometimes seems dark. It's amazing to think it's been just 2 months. You've grown so much. Sorry? I've what? Oh no, it was nothing. Unimportant. Do you know what time you'll be leaving? You will leave London in the morning? Yes, I picked my ticket earlier. Shall be leaving here at 4 AM. I see. Well, I'll escort you to the station. Absolutely not. Sorry? I'm sure you realize why I can't possibly let you do that. You have a very important day ahead of you tomorrow. Gina's trial. Yes, I know, but every word you utter will have the potential to determine Gina's fate. You must get as much rest as possible. Even though, like me, I'm sure you'll find it hard to sleep. But please, for me, do try. Well, it's getting rather late. I think you should go to bed now, Naruto-san. I must finish packing up my things and my room. Son, I wish you the very best of luck tomorrow. Good night. Wait, there's something I need to say. What was that? A secret technique of mine? The Suzato shutdown? Shutdown? Please, I implore you. If we have to voice our goodbyes, I won't be able to hold back my tears. Suzato-san. It truly had been a trying day. On our feet for hours, getting Gina to open up to us, and learning the truth about that nemesis of a case. Physically and mentally, I was exhausted. Yet the idea of sleep seemed impossible. But I forced myself to close my eyes, and as a cacophony of scenes of our lives here in London played through my mind, eventually, fatigue triumphed, and I fell into a deep sleep. 17th of April, the small hours. St. Signers Hospital Ward 3. Yes, I quite understand. That is a great weight off my mind. Rest assured, I shall put everything in place, exactly as we discussed. Thank you so much. It has been an honor and a pleasure to be acquainted with you, Mr. Sholmes. On the contrary, pleasure has been mine. I bid you farewell, and Godspeed. My dear madam. Is she asking him to help us in court tomorrow? I wonder. Alright. Starting the trial. Almost 5 hours in. Wonder how long this trial is gonna be. Oh wait, yeah. Let's not keep saving it over and over again. When I awoke the following morning, Suzato-san was already gone. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets. And so began an even longer day than the last. One that I remember for the rest of my days. "9:32 a.m. Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber." Let me fix my posture. Let me sit properly so I don't destroy my back. Good morning, Gina. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. So, where's your friend then? Sorry? You know, her in fancy dress? Suzato? Or however you say it? I don't know. Oh, Miss Suzato had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up. You alright with that? Are ya? Forget on me. If you like, go and see her off. It's fine. As long as Miss Suzato and I won't meet again. One day. Even so, but you, Gina, you only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. Good morning, you two. Why'd you bring the cat? How are you feeling, Judy? Did you manage to sleep? Iris, what are you doing here? What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Waggy? Ah, Waggy. Great way to show your support, kitty. Let him have a nose around. What harm can it do? Oh, that reminds me. I brought a paper on the way here. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? What do you say, Reno? Jenny? Oh, well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. I always take the good news first. Might not live to hear the bad. Yes, that question always gives people's personalities away. Let's not go there. Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning, and carriages all over the capital are struggling to move. Huh? The bad news was a weather report? So I hope that Susie made her train to Dover, and the train isn't delayed on its way to the port. Gosh, yes. Alright then, so what's the good news? Well, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon. So even if this train is delayed, it should be able to make up for time later. Well, that is good news, isn't it? Couldn't give a monkeys, really? If only all good news canceled out the bad. And look, this trial's made the headlines too. Pawnbroker perishes in pick purse plunder. See? How do you like that? Oh, let them say what they want. See if I care. Can't because you're covering your face. Don't worry, Bruno will show everyone that this headline is nonsense. I will. And then, in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be Discharged driver is dauntless do-gooder. Isn't that right, Bruno? Well, yes, let's hope so. Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it? It's like she was still here. Today's paper has been entered in the courtroom record. I think I need to pop my neck. Or just do like neck stretches real quick. Okay, should be good. Good luck then, Runo. I'll do what I can. Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. I'll be at your side the whole time, giving you more support and encouragement. I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest, but thank you, Iris. That's very kind of you. Oh yeah, Iris? Yes, Ginny? Well, I was wondering about Sholmes. Did they fix him up alright? Yes. Operation was a great success. But Riley still hasn't come around yet. Huh? Asked a friend of mine of Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up. I'm sure Gregson will let us know the moment there is news. Oh, right. Oh, so the son and no Mr. Sholmes. It's all down to me today to prove that Gina is innocent of this crime. Miss Gina Lestrade, counsel of defense. Trial is about to begin. Please make your way to the courtroom. It's time then. Yes, let's go, Gina, Iris. Lead the way, Bruno. For Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell. Sorry, I was checking to make sure I wasn't dropping frame. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her. Start from finish. From start to finish. That's the weapon that'll secure our victory here. If I learned anything from my great friend, it's that. '17th of April, 10 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Oh, Van Zeeks is back. In the name of Her Majesty and the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. This trial shall determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. Now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Prosecution is ready. Defense is ready. Lord Van Zeeks. My lord. Remind me, how many years ago was it that you grew from the public prosecution service? It was some 5 years ago, my lord. Yes, and then 2 months ago you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly, and here you are again today. Are there some circumstances of which the court should be aware have led to this erratic behavior? And what one might describe as your former life 5 years past? You dealt exclusively in the matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and government. Really? Yet today you choose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. Confess I find it more than a little befuddling, counsel. There are 2 types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind the mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large. It means Mr. Gilded, who defended against Draper 2 months ago. Yes, I just about managed to work that out, thank you. Magnus Gilded. If I'd known what a monster he was, I never would have defended him. Secondly, even more loathsome, those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confident tricksters of those tiny islands in the Far East the Nippon needs. So you're here because you're racist? What? Did he really just say that? It means you. Now, Bruno. Actually managed to work that out too. Thank you, Ironers. Total betrayal? What are you talking about? A torrid look of hatred in Lord Van Zeek's eyes. Was that directed solely at me, or was he talking about all Japanese people? Alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Van Zeeks. Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper of the Bailey, feared by all London malefactors. Your lordship is too kind. Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Why is she back again? Why? Okay, hang on. We got the dude from the last one, the landlord. We got the maid from the first one. That dude's new. We got the grandfather who couldn't hear, maybe? Got the lady again. And we got the I don't remember his name, but isn't he like the Russian revolutionary who like fled Russia or something like that? Are you ready to hear the evidence placed before you and determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant? The lieutenant of the British Army here, don't you know, chaps like me were born ready. Clean crockery, clean culture, and clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think. Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely everything. I am ready for it. I don't understand it. Can't have left it in here. Is that possible? Could I have? Woman indispensable in society. Stop. Female-centric future awaits. Stop. Good day. I'm visiting London for sightseeing. Would you like to take a bus to Crystal Tower, please? Is something wrong, Bruno? No, not exactly. It's just... I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact. Really? Funny coincidences like that do happen from time to time, don't they? But it's quite strange. Jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants, you know? So I've been led to believe. But something tells me I'm being duped. Very well, now Lord Van Zieks. Court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case. As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, there has never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. The victim, Mr. Pop Windybank, proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. The prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene. And the court will observe there's a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near instant death. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states that the bullet entered his body on a rising diagonal trajectory. And what's that supposed to tell us? It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone, like the accused, say. The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord. Indeed, the court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please. There was also another really short person at the crime scene, one of the silhouettes, so I'm assuming that person is actually who shot him. Indeed, the court accepts. Hand him to the bailiff, please. The report has been entered in the courtroom. And the crime scene photograph. Now I ask the court to return its attention to this plan of the establishment where the incident occurred. The proprietor was found in the storeroom where he kept articles pawned to him. A windowless room with a single point of entry, a door to the main shop that was found locked. In this sealed chamber, there was only 2 persons present. The victim, Mr. Windybank, and the accused. It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had in her hand the gun used to fire the fatal bullet. Well, that's that then, isn't it? Nothing more to say. Isn't that grubby little girl a pickpocket anyways? She's one of those filthy drabs that lives in the slums in the East End. Oh well, it's only a matter of time before she got blood on her hands then. What are the jurors waiting for? The girl was guilty as hell. Can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt because of what she has to do to survive. Already got the why now. My lord Nipponi's friend, it is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. Prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. No witnesses. Gracious. After the testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pick purse or cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth. The court will take the floor plan and firearm into evidence. Hand them to the bailiff, please, Lord Benzix. At once, my lord. This isn't good. I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Bruno. I think that's because it has. Let us begin. Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Windybank on 16th of April this year. Witness, state your names and occupation for the court. Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is baddie, professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. Occupation is same as him. Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector. That's right. We're what they call three Skulkin brothers. What are you looking at me like that for? Don't let me in with you lot. Or blimey, that's cold. Don't you know what we're going through? Going through? It's our oldest bruv. Lost contact with him that we have. Scurrying every shady corner of the capital. And last night we come across you, the very split of the boat. Look, ain't that right, Ringo? He is. Yeah, he is. Very spirited. We decided there's there and then what we was gonna do. Call ya. Big bruv sulky. Come on, leave it out, you two. Sulky Sulkin. Sulky Skulkin. That's before he runs out of chips. Well then, Inspector, Sulky Gregson. Begging your pardon, my lord, but the name's Tobias. What I'd like to know, Inspector, is what you're doing with the witness stand. The Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft. Whose are they? These three? No, my lord. Begging your pardon, but please don't lump me in with this lot. 2 nights ago, these two brothers illegally entered an establishment with intent to burgle. And in the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in the far more sinister crime. Jove, you mean to say? What an extraordinary coincidence. Indeed, my lord. While attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery, they witnessed the proprietor's murder. Order. The various trespasses of these brothers is not the subjects of today's proceedings, though they will naturally face trial very now. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow. Of course, Inspector. Skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you will now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question and what exactly you saw. We do. The Skulkin is never Skulkin. Get out of it. Illegal entry. We was walking down Baker Street in the small hours and gaff the door was ajar, you see? It was like some kind of sign begging for us to go in. It was. But once we got inside, core blimey lummy. We heard a gunshot from the back room. I went to go see That's what, but the door was locked. Inside. I've done nothing, Governor. You took nothing. You left it at that, nice and quiet. Nice and quiet, even though you shot Clark. A terrible coincidence it would seem. Besides, one of these miscreants entered the property. An even more sinister crime. The witnesses' testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. The door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside. And then, only the victim and the accused were found. I must say, it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witnesses now. Of course, counsel, if you please. Counsel. Yes. What's the matter, Runo? Sorry, I... just stunned into silence for a moment. Blatant lies being told by the pair in the stand. And it's all nonsense because I saw it with my own eyes. Just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies it is. Walking down Baker Street in the small hours, the gaff door was ajar, you see?
Hold it!
The front door of Winnie Banks was ajar, you say? What time of night was this? It's been about 1, right, Ringo? Yeah, I'd say so, right, Silky? How would I know? The place would have been shut in. The place would have been shut at 1 in the morning, just like every other shop in town. Well, it was pitch black inside, it's true. Isn't that right, Ringo? I'm not so sure. Nash seemed to remember a little light burning inside. What about you, Silky? You old bugger. Leave me alone. It definitely was a small lamp burning inside. That's what led to the situation in the first place. And when these gents ventured into the open establishment, accused Miss Gina Lestrade already had the muzzle of her gun trained on the unfortunate victim.
Objection!
That's pure conjecture. Perhaps. But it changes nothing. These brothers inadvertently wandered into the middle of the cold-blooded murder, simply because they found the door to the victim's establishment open and ventured inside. Right, that's what happened. It's like some kind of sign begging us for to go in, it was.
Hold it!
What are you trying to suggest? You had to go in? Well, God moves in mysterious ways, they say, don't they? No? They do, Nash, they do. Must have been some sort of providence, I reckon. God's will often represents itself in the whims of thieves, does it? Or no whim? I'm dead sure of that. Weren't Nash, weren't. Like you said, at the time. You don't find doors just open in the middle of the night like that. There's no two ways about it. It was a sign that our long-lost brother was inside. Not very good liars, are they? No, can't deny it. Let us see the bloke what looks like our bro. I said, put it out. Those ships are getting chomping. The ships are getting chomping today. Once we got inside, Corey blimey, lummy, we heard a gunshot from the back room.
Hold it!
Gunshot, you say? Just the one? Are you sure about that? Yep, just the one, Governor. I can swear to that. It was Nash, it was. Ain't that right, bruv? The firearm used belonged to the victim himself. Yes, Mr. Winnybig always used to leave his gun lying around the corner. Right? When we examined it, we found the revolver was completely out of rounds. Makes sense. Mr. Winnybig always used to say he only ever kept a single bullet loaded. It's true, I'm saying that as well. So we can say with considerable certainty that only a single round was discharged from the firearm used as the murder weapon. Yes, my lord, we can. And I should remind the court, the firearm in question was discovered in the hand of the accused. Wonderful. I went to see what's what, but the door was locked from the inside.
Hold it!
Do you mean the door between the main shop and the storeroom? My learned friend is having difficulties grasping the situation. Perhaps a drawing would help. Excluding the shop's entrance from the street, there is only one other door. That is the storeroom. Of course, there was only a little oil lamp burning, not much to see by. And the door was hidden behind a curtain and all. That's right. When we arrived, the door was mostly obscured by the curtain. Tell me, why exactly did you try to open that door? Huh? Any normal petty thief would run at the sound of a gunshot, I would think. Oh, well, your turn to rabbit, here we go. Well, Nash, yeah. I suppose you'd have to say we ain't normal, eh? Broadly speaking, humans respond in one of two ways on hearing a gunshot or scream. Humans flee, gripped by fear, while the courageous investigate to see if they might help. This gentleman are the latter inclination. I learned Nippon, his friend. It would seem is of the former. Alright, somehow I just proved that I was a coward then. Thank you, counsels. So I believe we all understand that the door was locked and cannot be opened. Proceed, witnesses. Never done nothing to Governor, never took nothing, just left it at that, nice and quiet.
Hold it!
Didn't do or take anything. Is that your story? Well, it was Bedlam, soon as, weren't it? It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out on Lucy Loskins. So, with no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you left nice and quiet, say? That's right, Governor. Nothing we ate more than violence. Peace-loving nibblers, we are, not bludgers. We are, Nash, we are. Never even pulled me dukes out, I mean Lucy Lockets. So, you clearly like us to believe. Huh? Come again? As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night? Did you not run into anyone else? And did you not fire a gun at that person? It's a lie. They fired a gun, you say? Blimey, Governor. You ain't telling us it was you in that doorway? It was. Had a bleeding Nora? Didn't you mention that before? You were armed with a gun, and you fled the scene. You fired that gun at London's greatest detective, Sherlock Sholmes. Shot the great Mr. Sholmes? I did hear that actually. It's a rumor he'd been rushed to the hospital. Great Sholmes? That's beyond pale. On the night in question, this pair were arrested by police within minutes of discovery of the crime scene. Their suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Furthermore, the barrel showed signs of a shot having been fired from it. Prosecution advised his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers. Yes, indeed. Remnants of powder around the muzzle, as you say, counsel. The court will hold this weapon as evidence. Now, my learned Nipponese friend. Yes? Here's he is successfully presenting the evidence. For years, there are telltale signs of spent powder onto this gun and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. But the prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny.
Objection!
Well, I don't need evidence. Because I was there.
Objection!
However, the rest of us in this courtroom were not. The defense fails to provide evidence in support of this rash claims. I shall have no choice but to toast to your incompetence and move on. Evidence that these two fired that gun before they left that night. Courtroom demands all claims are affirmed with clear proof. What evidence shows that these witnesses unloaded a firearm in the pawnbroker's shop that night? Just the yes.
Take that!
The evidence is in this portfolio. What? Don't know have you out there as counsel? During the course of our investigations, we discovered a number of bloodstains. Not trusting the police to do their job they're trained to do? How arrogantly uneasy of you. Well, anyway, we analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in this portfolio. You claim to have the evidence at this court. And you claim to have the evidence this court is demanding therein? Yes, my lord. No more dallying then, counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves these witnesses unloaded the firearm at the scene?
Take that!
What is that? Explain. The photographic print taken at the Windy Banks pawnbrokery on the day of the incident. From the scene of the crime, is it? It is. Is that a bullet hole? And if my eyes do not deceive me, it appears the bullet is still lodged there. Yes, as your lordship noticed. Bullet pierced Mr. Windybank's calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death. The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight. This indicates that a separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar has been set on to the 16th. That's right. And while it isn't irrefutable, the defense believes this is credible evidence that the witnesses did fire a round from their gun in the pawnbrokers that night. Order. How does the prosecution stand, Lord Vanzi? If that is the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objection. What? Oh, there it goes. You'd forgive me if laying my hollow chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery illegally. And like the bold baddies they claim to be, opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing onto the street. Take it easy there, Governor. You're gonna land us in the soup. We had a deal. You weren't gonna get into them details. Tell him, Stokey. Set the bloke straight. I have nothing to add. So he knew, did he? And Zeeks knew their testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of their crimes. It would seem now that I owe my learned Nipponiese friend a word of gratitude. You mean? What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact. To what fact do you refer, Lord Van Zeeks? Has been established at the point of their arrest, a single shot has been fired from the brother's gun. However, that shot found its target in Mr. Sholmes. And clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and the victim. In other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Windybank at all. So that's it. That's it. We didn't have nothing to do with it. We didn't, Nash. We didn't. But I reckon. Crimes include unlawful entry, attempt to steal, perjury, and let's not forget, attempted murder. A catalog. Okay, fellas. Wonder for now, bruv. Now then, let's take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Horlock Schultz. It would seem the man patronized the pawnbroker in question somewhat regularly. Where he was going with this. Mr. Sholmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with the eccentric machinery. Eccentric? Says who? Not me. Give me that look. He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop. Oh. It's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Does that counsel? Has the appearance of a photographic contraption. As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. Every half an hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if thieves were to break into the shop, he would be caught red-handed. Prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question. As the court will observe, the copious identical prints are produced in quite a distillatory fashion. Rather casual, I feel. In fact, there are 2 such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. I refer to the court plan of the premises. Their respective positions are here and here. These cameras produce a print every half hour. I'm afraid I fail to see how that would help if the anticipated feed conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals. I only pray that there would be criminal linkers, my lord. On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught on camera. That's a bit of a friar truck, eh, bruv? Bit of luck loves a skulkin. Witnesses, what time did your trespassing begin? Must have been after 1, right, bruv? Spin? Nash? Must have been, yeah. Just gone 1. In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment. What scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let's examine the evidence. Good lord. It's the defendant. Miss Gina Lestrade. As the court can clearly see, the accused is pictured, gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter. No doubt coercing the proprietor to open the doors to his storeroom. Quite, one can only too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photographic print as evidence, if you please, counsel. I don't believe it. Ginny. In short, the accused is the only person who could possibly have killed Mr. Windybank. Say, my lord. Wonder if I might put in a word at this point. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Took a bally bullet to the knee in the Battle of Maywand, 1880. We know. Decorated for it and all, but forced to retire from service sadly. Of course, a medal could never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield. Yes, Mr. Foreman, and what exactly is your point? Carried on the battlefield after retirement, you see, the battle of daily life, if you like. And here I am now, leading to a small squadron, 6 men, all good and true. We go down together, you mark my words, one and for all for one. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached agreement, have they? Is that what we are to understand? Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct? In matter of speaking, yes. That is the Garudeb Squadron's position, sir. What? No, it's too soon to make a judgment here. Status report with the court, men, on the double. His lordship insists on promptitude at all times, and that goes for making his decisions too. I think you'll find the truth is as clear as day now. I could reach out and touch it. I wouldn't have left it in there. It's wooden. But in all honesty, I can't actually remember. Situation clear. Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. Truth now. Undeniable. Stop. I am very sorry, brothers. They are unlucky. Very well. We now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leaning in this matter. On to your considerable verdict set to this court.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Gonna have to appeal to the jury so soon. It does appear that the jury is unanimous in its leaning already. The photograph must be definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned. But Ginny didn't shoot him. No, of course not. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to summation examination. Very well, the court grants permission. So you refuse to admit defeat again. Oh, that's surprising. Shall proceed immediately to summation examination. Mr. Foreman, are all members of your jury ready? Absolutely. Sir, always ready for action, my chaps. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you'll each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. The jurors' contentions. All the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at this young pickpocket teen? Whatever. As a housemaid, I should like to see all the filthy eyesores promptly and ruthlessly eliminated. I think you'll find that if you look at the photographic in stereo, the truth will just pop out. If I could have left it in there, I should think there'll be repercussions by now. Mind made up. Stop. Global radio transmission of verdict to follow. Stop. Motherland, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I'm convinced brothers are innocent. More sensitive to the crime and evidence do indeed implicate the defendant rather comprehensively. The storeroom locked from the inside, in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone. And in the accused hand, the fatal revolver, firing of which was heard by these witnesses. Not to mention this print. Take it from a chap who's seen action on the battlefield. That young girl's on the verge of pulling the bally trigger. Bally, I don't know. Bally, probably. Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes. Dear, Early's cameras were supposed to help, not hinder. I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you. And then shoot Mr. Windybit. Which means there is more to this situation that we've yet to see. Agreed. Before we continue, I'm gonna look at all these. Anything new in here? Sure. Pawnbroker parishes and Ponderer, Alpha, Virginia. I mean, tomorrow's headline will be "Discharge Driver is Dauntless Do Good," right? Yes, something like that. If possible, I'd like to even go bigger. How? Pickpocket protects planet post-trial, perhaps? Protects planet? Oh, I can't wait for tomorrow's now. It's gonna be so great. Anything on the back? There's such a sensational story lower down the front pages as well, look. Mystery Mole, classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from the Mystery Justice. 10-year-old? Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse of the world news. It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently they're being intercepted by hostile nations. Communications are being intercepted, but how would someone be doing that? That's the question, isn't it? Come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Bruno? No, of course not. Wonder. Perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. Yes, could be. And it could explain why he has Greg say running from pillar to post at the moment. Okay. So that'll come before and later. Pop, Windy Bank, male, occupation, pawnbroker on Baker Street, time of death, somewhere between 1 and 1:30 a.m. on the 16th of April. Reporting party, Renosuke Naruhodo. Coroner is Dr. Stevens. Postmortem findings, single bullet wound in the upper half of the victim's back. No other visible signs of trauma. Autopsy finding, instant death from posterior anterior bullet wound to the heart. The bullet entered the body from the back and on a gently rising diagonal trajectory. Anything here? Don't really see anything right now. This is Mr. Winniebank's gun. The cylinder is completely empty. Mr. Winniebank always used to keep this gun on hand on his shop counter. Yes, but only ever with a single bullet loaded, I understand. That's right. Keep all the pawn honor tools that were in his care safe. Only one bullet but his one bullet was fired that night and the poor man lost his life. Is he protecting his shop, I wonder? Trying to keep the article safe? Is that all? Looks like it. What about you? So there's ammunition still loaded in 5 of this revolver's 6 cylinders. Yes, which tell us that only a single shot was fired from it. Exactly. The bullet that hit Hurley, in fact, isn't it? Yes, it happened almost as soon as we walked in through Winniebank's door. Make those brothers pay. Right? This. Agreed? You have the floor, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination. The defense's rebuttal. All the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at this young pickpocket,
Hold it!
teen, whatever let's call it. You're Mr. Natsume's landlord, Mr. Garida, are you? You really must stop being like this. Ah, you're that lawyer chap. Well, there's a turn up for books. Yes, rather a turbulent time we had back then. Some extraordinary events took place at your house, that's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Sholmes and I were able to get to the bottom of it all. I think we did rather a lot for you, didn't we? I mean, obviously. I wouldn't be suggesting that, therefore you should change your lien not to not guilty or anything. Can't be denied, I suppose. First of the Gary Dev house, talk of the town after that business. Lodgers moved out, and I couldn't get a Valley Soul to take up tenancies. Oh. Haven't had the heart to break the news to Joni yet. Not enough that the old girl's clapped up. Yes, can't be denied. You did do rather a lot, but not for us. That's for Dash certain. I suppose. Of course. Can be no suggestions of that being the reason I'm leaning towards guilty here, obviously. But honestly, I really wish he'd pay more attention to the trial, and less juror number 2. As a housemaid, I should like to see how Filthy Eyesore is probably infamously eliminated.
Hold it!
Polishing the bench, I see? Again? Maid's work is never done. Not a blemish must remain. What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores? On my way to market for his lordship, I have to pass through East End. Place is full of beggars, pick purses, and craftsmen. Scum of the earth. A little harsh, perhaps. Maybe plain. For up to me, all those back slums would be made spick and span, or eradicated. Unless we had people like the Great Detective working to achieve these important goals. You're referring to Herlock Sholmes? That's right, like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Rand's magazine in between my duties. He does wonders, cleaning up London streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital. Mr. Sholmes, maid? Really quite unforgivable. Better scum having the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective. Matter of detail, it was the 2 brothers in the stand who shot Holmes, not the defendant. Matter of detail indeed. They're all gutter scum as far as I'm concerned. Well, might just be an idea to get our facts straight anyway. Yes, alright. Shall amend my statement. His brothers are the scum of the earth. They should be swinging for shooting. They should swing for shooting the Great Detective.
Hold it!
I agree with you. The shooting of Mr. Sholmes was unforgettable. But the purpose of this trial is to determine who shot the pawnbroker, Mr. Winniebank. I'm afraid you're splitting hairs, sir. Sorry? Whether it was the thieves or the pit purse. It was still gutter trash that sought the pawnbroker in the end. Filth that should be cleaned up and eradicated, I consider it. Thanks so much for sharing. Changing this maid's mind is going to be easy. Bruno? It was one of those 2 brothers that shot Hurley, was it? Yes, without question. Nothing. I'll never forgive them. Oh, Iris. Perhaps we can use his maid's statement to help us somehow, do you think? Yes, maybe? Let's listen carefully and see what the other jurors have to say first. I think you'll find that you look at the photographic... I think you'll find that if you look at the photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out.
Hold it!
What do you mean, look at the photograph in stereo? Sorry, what? Don't you know? You look at the photographic prints normally. It looks as though the pickpocket girl is about to shoot the victim, obviously.
Objection!
There's no indication that the defendant ever fired the gun. All I'm saying is that if you look at the same print in stereo, it can reveal all sorts of new information. Stereo? Any chance? Are you a fan of stereoscopes? Oh, how'd you know? Let's call it a lucky guess. Never gets old seeing 2 prints merge into one before your eyes. extraordinary. It's captivating. The modernity? Modernity? I don't know. Of course. Yes, I think you'll find that this stereoscope here is to stay. Giving us new perspectives we can only dream of. Or is the greatest invention before. Giving us new perspectives we can only dream of before. It's the greatest invention the world has ever seen. Only can give me a new perspective on this case, I agree with you. I left it in there, I should think it would be there. Maybe repercussions.
Hold it!
What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir? Keep talking about having left something somewhere or something like that? Ah, so sorry. As you can probably tell, I'm a surgeon. Surgeon? That totally passed by me. Passed me by. Of course, people conducting surgery in this country aren't considered to be doctors, so no. Even with me and my kind are at the forefront of medical science, the real brains of the field. So, what is that you think you've left behind? Oh, well, that's a little embarrassing to be honest. See, yeah, I was operating on someone yesterday. Kind of thing, went in through the admin. But when I finished this procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel everywhere. What? Did he? Surely not. Exactly, surely not, you say yourself. Don't you? Where is it? That's what's been troubling me this whole time. Could I really have left my scalpel inside the fellow's belly? No, of course not, I couldn't. So, there you have it. I said a little embarrassing, really. That's one way of putting it. The other is manslaughter. Exactly my concern, and seeing as this case appears to be all but sewn up, I need to focus on trying to remember exactly what I've sewn up elsewhere. Now I'm sure I made it. I'm sure I made sure everything was back where it should be. As sure as you can be without being sure. I'm sure you need to be more sure. Mind made up. Stop. Global transmission of verdict to follow. Stop.
Hold it!
Sorry? Radio transmission? What do you mean? Are you from the Far East? Stop. Yes, from the Empire of Japan. All communication with Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Royal Mail stemmers take more than a month to complete the journey. Ah, now we have electric telegraph, so we can send messages using electrical signals. Thousands of miles of cables have been laid along the ocean beds, connecting the entire world. Thousands of miles of cables on the ocean bed? Makes my head hurt just thinking about it. You are well informed, young lady. But cables will soon become a thing of the past. Stop. Just when I was starting to catch up. Radio transmission is the future. Stop. Messages carried over airwaves to 4 corners of globe. Stop. Climate growing. Stop. Atmosphere electric. Stop. Right. Not to wear out your fingers. Era of wireless telegraphy. Stop. Driving technological revolution. Stop. Saying inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology, but are utter piffle. Can I understand it? I can't. They're just silly toys. You have something to say?
Excuse me!
Juror number 3, sorry to interrupt you when you're obviously fuming, but... What? Do you perhaps have something to say about juror number 5's latest remark? As if I can guess? You bet I do. Say that again. Go on. I dare you. Goodness, are you talking to me? I think he might just be, yes? Think stereoscopes are just toys, do you, huh? Absolutely. I mean, really? A machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions? Why on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional. What a great way to appease a man. I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are of no practical use at all. You just don't know. Pardon? think you find that the viewing a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. Obviously gonna have to demonstrate. Start the possibility. Well, take a crime scene for example. Get a pair of photographs from a crime scene that you can view through a stereoscope. It could reveal hidden clues you never even noticed before. What? Got any right now? Any prints we could look at with the stereoscope? Put this print here. Do the trick, I think.
Take that!
Alright then, juror number 3. Are you saying you can do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints? Of course I can. Very well then, I'd like you to demonstrate. Be delightful too. Just give me one more print, I'll amaze you all. Wait. Do we not have another one? I mean, they're supposed to be identical, right? As far as we know, we don't have another one. Unless they just want me to do this one. Yeah, we don't have another one. I might have fucked myself up. Unless, I don't know, they want this.
Take that!
Wait, sorry? What do you mean? One more print. Oh dear, oh dear. Don't you have these in Far East? Do you know how a stereoscope works? Sure know. What? We need 2 photographs for a stereoscope, remember? You know? One for the left eye, one for the right. Oh yes, I remember now. The print we have from the Palm Gray is just a normal photograph. Oh no, I think you'll find the clues in the name: stereoscope and a monoscope. You need 2 prints. Thanks for the friendly explanation. Well, if we obtain another print at some point later in the trial, I'll always show it to this young man then. I think you'll find that the know-it-all expression is really starting to annoy me. Let's get these things back on track, shall we, Council? We need this another shot from a slightly different location. We can see the scene in 3 dimensions. I left it in there. I should think there's questions right now. I mean, up stop. Global transmission is very good stop. Motherland is saying never judged by the clothes, judged by head. And I'm convinced, brothers, we are innocent.
Hold it!
Brothers are innocent. Tell me you're not Bielin Bolshevik? Russian revolutionary. Revolutionary? Duh, I believe there is such a rumor. It's just a rumor. As you see, I have unfortunate appearance. I look like a vicious criminal. Your words, not mine. Just want to point that out. People call me revolutionary, murderer, autocrat, and which glove fits. Good day. I'm visiting London for sightseeing. I'd like to take the bus to Crystal Tower, please. Right, that didn't sound staged at all. You'll forgive me for having doubts. To be treated like a vicious criminal all the time, it's very painful. People do not realize. So I have much sympathies for these brothers. People say that they're criminal because of how they look. Skull King brothers. Wow, maybe they went inside Prom Poker shop. They have done nothing wrong. That's what I can say. The Skull King brothers did nothing wrong that day. Alright, well first of all, that's one not so little misunderstanding I need to clear up straight away. Tell me, something Iris? What is it, Bruno? The jurors are chosen at random from the inhabitants of London town, aren't they? Yes, it's amazing, isn't it? In that case, how is it that there's a Russian tourist sitting amongst them who looks for all the world like a revolutionary? Wish I knew. Can't change the minds of more than half of these 6 jurors. The trial will be over. We know that Ginny would never shoot anyone. Yes, so we need to find contradictions in what these jurors are saying and put them against each other. Just be ready to go whatever lengths I have to convince them that Gina's innocence. All the evidence clearly points to the finger at the guilt of the young pickpocket. So...
Objection!
those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good lord. Counsel, explain yourself. Oh my statement? Contradictory? Juror number 6, you got the wrong end of You got the wrong end of the stick. I do not have the stick, I have a mouse. As juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skull King brothers fled from the scene of the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver. Yes, they shot poor Mr. Sholmes in the abdomen, I understand. Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear? Abdomen. D. Sorry? Sorry, my English is still learning. You are telling the court you didn't hear? Forgive me, I did not hear. Ah, here's the word. Abdomen. Parts of the person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. This is what you mean? You should say in plain English. I am Russian, not native speaker. Who would have thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury again? So, you are telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying? I said before, we never done nothing, but in truth, they shot Detective Da. This is double negative. Yes, that's exactly right. Lying is wrong, especially when lies said by a person who looks like criminal. Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced. It means when they said we never took nothing, maybe it was also a big fat lie. Is this true? Well, according to the police reports, no stolen goods were found, so... Enough. Trust no one now. It's not the mouse's fault though, sir. I must see with my own eyes. I must investigate crime scene myself. I'm afraid that won't be... Yes it is, right now. Easily. Alright? The prints from Hurley's Redhead and Recorder. You compare the prints of the pictures of Ginny and the next print from a half hour later. You'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Cooey, Mr. Prosecutor? Falling on the prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of all time. The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one. And is anything gone? Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Skull King brothers entered the shop and summarily heard the fatal gunshot ring. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. This is the prints produced by the camera half an hour later, after the brothers' flight. So this was taken after Hurley was shot then? As I can tell. This thing's gone. The scale. Nothing has been taken. Oh, no. Never mind. This seemed to be the case. Can't notice anything that's obviously missing in the second part. No books were moved. So the brothers who looked like criminals told only one lie. They shot man, but they stole nothing. It would seem so, yes? Good. No, not good. You were right. Did not understood the situation. Now I know brothers have lied. I think it's very important to continue with the trial. Yay! Well done, Reno. The balance is shifting. Well, it's a start, I suppose. There must be more in what these jurors are saying that I can expose the truth. If I can do that, we might just turn the situation to our favor still. Thank you, Counsel. Continue with the summation examination. Kindly have that new photograph and print and mail it to be filed as evidence. Another print in the court record. Wonder if we can still make use of that. Make a lies and many dead fish. We must find truth, therefore. I say not guilty further. I'm getting tired. I can't change the minds of more than half of these 6 jurors. The trial will be over. We know that Ginny would never shoot anyone. Yes, we need to find contradictions in what these jurors are saying, pit them against each other. Let's be ready to go, whatever lengths we have to. Convince them of Ginny's innocence. All the evidence. These other suffering. Let's press this and get the thing it. Can really show new close though. Don't you know unless you try. I'll put this print here. And
Take that!
alright then, and juror number 3. Of course I can. Would then like to demonstrate. Print.
Take that!
Alright, these 2 prints were both taken with the same camera on many banks on that night in question. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer. Do you know how stereographic images work? Do you understand the principle? Well, I think so. I did have a lesson yesterday. The left and right eye images need to be the same, only with a slight shift in positions of some objects. Then, when your brain merges the 2 images together inside your head, it notices the shift as it like that. Yes, exactly. It's a small shift between certain objects in the 2 pictures that's really important. So what happens if you use 2 photographs that are exactly the same then? No, obviously that wouldn't work at all. Not for seeing the scene 3-dimensionally anyway. Oh! Oh! Of course, now I see. Ah, I think the young girl has discovered the secret. I have. Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me? I'm gonna look at these 2 pictures from Hurley's camera. Runo, go on. Kinda looks like whole thing shifted. I don't see anything gone. Can you see that there's a really obvious difference between them? Of course there is. There's only two people in the first and no people in the second. Well, yes, you can see that straight away. But now, try looking at pictures in the 3 dimensions. Alright, I'll give it a go. So, to start with, you have to cross your eyes and then make the 2 pictures overlap exactly. See if by crossing my eyes I can make the quill pens from each other. Wait, am I supposed to be like crossing my eyes to do this? I am not gonna do that. I'd be happy. Well, did you manage to see it properly, Bruno? What's going on with these 2 pictures? I know, like, that entire thing shifted. Some of the things at the corner sort of jump out at you. Yes. That's it, you see? That's the other amazing power of stereoscopes. Other amazing power. Someone gonna explain this black magic, eh? Why the deuce do some of the things on the corner just seem to jump out at you like that, huh? I think you'll find that if you consider the basic principles of stereoscope, you'll answer your own question. Basic principle of the stereoscope? As I said before, if you try to look at the 2 identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's the slight shift in positions of certain objects that lets you see the pictures 3-dimensionally. In other words, even though at first glance it seems the objects in the counter haven't moved at all between the 2 pictures, this shows that actually there must have been a slight shift in their positions. Yes, there must have been. Now, hold fire there, sir. Got a reasonable grasp of this whole cross-eyed business, I say. But why the devil does this shift between the 2 prints exist in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fellow? Come on, you're the cross-eyed master. What? Me? I've had the first idea. You never know. It's quite simple. It is? Just thinking of it through step by step. Just think it through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 AM. And 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken. But the position of some items on the counter appeared to have shifted slightly in the interim. That means that someone in half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with the things on the counter. Hookers. Someone tampered? New information, stop. Not mentioned in the testimony so far, stop. Yes. We've had to go around in circles a little here, but I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in this summation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We know that the items on the countertop were moved, but by whom? Are you suggesting you might know? Of course. I can tell you right now who's responsible for almost an imperceptible shift in the items on the counter. I guess I just do one of these.
Take that!
Who's the witness is currently in the stand? Skulkin Brothers. Wait. This does not agree with what the brothers said in testimony before. Said that they did not even have the time to pull dukes from the Lucy lockets. My phrasebook says dukes means hands and Lucy lockets means pockets. This is... But is this another lie? Is this what you're saying? Yes, I'm afraid so. Now, hold on there a minute. You can't be sure of that. I quite agree. The accused is a common pick purse after all. It's perfectly possible that she went through things on the desk to see what she might steal. I think that's unlikely. And why exactly? As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing the gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Winniebink to open the storage room door. In other words, Miss Lestrade's interests lay within the storeroom, not the main shop. Giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. Skulkin brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony. The accuser's purse, common gutter trash. Why are we looking any further for the wrongdoer here? The Skulkin brothers are thieves, ma'am. Better, in fact, worse than the purse. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the grounds that she is a pickpocket, would not at the least be very proper. The thoroughly scrutinized testimony given against her by two thieves. Well said. I, for one, should like to hear more from that shady bear. He used his forehand. Can you all see now? I think you'll find stereoscopes aren't playthings. You've seen their extraordinary potential firsthand. Or hardly agree? Stop. Must purchase after trial? Stop. Would return home via Regent Street? Stop. Well, it seemed that this trial is yet to run its course. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their indications via the mighty scales of justice. Hereby call the summation examination to conclusion. Balance altered in the defendant's favor. 2 lean guilty, 4 lean to not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus, and I order this trial to continue. Yay! Well done! Oh, by the way. What? You should hold on to this, Reno. You never know when it might come in useful. Advice in one's trial would be unusual. Alright. Stereoscope has been entered into the court record. Lord Van Zieks, you will instruct the witnesses. The court demands additional testimony from them. I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord. Give me 1 second. news. I've won myself another chance to probe that pair about their activities that I missed. And I won't stop probing them until I've proven that the Gina is innocent. Order, please let's resume proceedings. Witnesses, you will now take the stand. I presume you heard the defense counsel's submission examination? Oh, yeah, Governor. I did, Gov, I did. Mr. Skulkin? Core, blimey. Gonna be a hard work. Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Wendy Banks. Well, it was Bedlam, soon as morning. Well, it was Bedlam, soon as morning. It was Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes at me, Lucy Lockets. However, that was a lie. You brothers. Or blimey. On the night in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter. We never done nothing of the sort. How'd you figure that out? You will now give formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question, and this time you will tell the truth. Each lie that passed your lips served to increase the severity of your punishment. And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. A thought worth pondering, perhaps. Say no more, Gov. We hear ya. We'll blab, we'll squeak, we'll peach. Illegal entry, the whole truth? Alright, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing. It was when we heard the gunshot, see? Made us both jump, and all that stuff went flying. Let me, it didn't half give me a fright. I was thinking the shooter would come out the door and get us next. Stuck everything back where we found it, scampered right into him in the back. In the black. Black? I didn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never had a chance, did we? So you missed the defense's accusation. You'd ransacked Mr. Winnie Banks' countertop on the night in question? Wrong ransack, Governor. No? That's right, Nash. That's right. It's more like we tied it up. Yeah. Sorry. Their own admission, the brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled hearing the gunshot, right? Having first made good of their mess. The way you say it, we hardly sound like roughs at all. No, Nash, we don't. Can you make us sound a bit more cutthroat? Can it just be coincidence that these men showed up at Winnie Banks that night? More to their testimony that meets the eye. I'm sure of it. Alright, we did knock a few things over. We were rifling for nothing.
Hold it!
that's the case, then why didn't you testify that to the effect in the first place? Well, you know, we ain't exactly squeaky clean, are we? Wait, Nash, we ain't. If it is something like that, people would think we were up to no good. Well, said Ringo, me old China. We only had land to ourselves, and in fact now, as a result of lying to your previous testimony, exactly what you've done, landed yourself in even more trouble. Ah, well, that's rotten luck. That's the rotten apple, you know. Witnesses, explain your actions to the court. Why'd you ransack the victim's counter? Never ransacked nothing. Right, Nash, right. Or like we tied up the place. He's pissed. Sorry. It was when we heard the gunshot, see? Made us both jump and all that stuff went flying.
Hold it!
So what you're saying is, the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much you knocked all those things off the counter? Well, shocked one of us that much, yeah? The bag of nerves needs to learn to keep its shirt on. Look, it was loud, alright? Blimey, give me... Me dead granny would have woken up at that bang. Big brother here screamed like a blooming baby and fell over on the counter. Knocked over a load of books and candlesticks, some school whatnot. Got tangled up in a mirror net, one knocked over a picture frame, knocked over them skills on the floor. You really mastered working quietly then. Racket, me granny would have scared back into her grave. That clatter like that. So in short, the gunshot took you by surprise. And then some. I mean, it was
Is that right?
quiet as a mouse, and then all of a sudden, bam! What do you have to say, huh?
Excuse me!
Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add? Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels. No, something to add about their testimony? Seemed to react just now about what Mr. Skulkin said. Did it make you think of something? Probably nothing, of course. I didn't bother to mention it, only... Well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details. How about you just tell us what's on your mind? As you know, we brought these fellas into the yard for questioning last night. The statements they gave us told us a slightly different story what they're saying now. Ah, did it? You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot. Might have, Gov, might have. Does ring a bell now that you mentioned. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still. Can't help feeling like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, hey fellas? I didn't discover a witness's testimony have been any more sloppy. Hitherto proven to be. It's the very harshest punishment to bear against them. Easy, easy. We'll get it right this time. That's it, yep. It's all coming back to me now. Speak. Supplement your testimonies with whatever details have miraculously turned to your questionable minds, sir. Sirs. You are right, Gov. Right you are, Gov. Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun!"
Hold it!
So in fact, you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously. Did, Gov? We did. Although, I suppose if you're being honest, we heard a kind of wavering voice before the yell. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. Kind of thing. Career in acting tragically missed. And where were the voices coming from? Could you tell? Of course we could. From the other side of that door, behind the counter, it was. Storeroom, where the victim was found dead. The voice you heard was that of the victim, Mr. Windypink. me Granny's life. Of course it was. On his Granny's life. Of course it was. So that would mean you both knew Mr. Windbig and the sound of his voice. Huh? So that would mean what? What? Nash, what? Any ideas? Yes, counsel, any did it would. No. We didn't know the geezer. How am I supposed to deny it when it was the bloke in all the fancy clobber and get us the evil eye? If you value your lives, you'll ensure your testimony is accurate and true. On me Granny's life, it is. On his Granny's life, it must be. Good job, his Granny's dead. Summarized then, and immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, then heard the gunshot, causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them all over the shop floor. You make it sound like we're clumsy. Forget we tied it up after a good little. Don't forget we tidied up after, like good little boys. Anyways, the way I see it. Look what owned the place was holding the gun, so he could have fired instead of yelling at the girl. He was holding a gun?
Hold it!
You're saying that Mr. Windybank had a gun in his hands? Oh yeah, bet that was a sight, eh? Two of them waving them guns at each other must have gotten pretty heated. I mean, just before he shot it, I heard the geezer say, "You don't want to get shot." Didn't really sound like he meant it. Mind, more of an empty threat, you could say. Mr. Windybank was known to keep a revolver on his shop counter at all time. Say that to protect the articles in his keeping, he'd rather pull in someone's head if required. That someone, being himself, of course. Good grief. Extraordinary devotion, indeed. Excited. Well, certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger on the other night. Person was gonna shoot him to it. Cooked as a goose proper. He wished he squeezed the trigger instead of wasting time shouting and give me that gun. And it was strictly after those words you heard the gunshot? It was more or less the same time, Gov. Give me that gun. Kinda like that kind of thing. Yes, a career in acting very tragically missed. And we heard the sound of someone hitting the deck. Where everything went dead quiet. We done a slapdash job tidying the place up. I mean, it didn't half give me a fright. I was thinking the shooter come out the door to get us next.
Hold it!
So you didn't try to open the storeroom door then? On your life? It went deathly quiet after that, did it? It went right up to me. Anyways, the door was locked, weren't it? No doubt. Yes, of course. It was locked from the inside, or so you've been led to believe. It was, Gov, it was, from the inside. Right, so we had no ways of knowing what's going on in there, did we? Unless there was some other way to get a view inside the storeroom. Like through the keyhole, or the spy hole, perhaps. Don't ring no bells, no light, no lights. Don't light, no lights. We had cut a room before we noticed anything like that. Still cutting our teeth in this game, you see, but one day. Really cut the mustard. Please cut it out. But as we know, behind the door was the victim's lifeless body, the accused not 2 feet away. Yes, unfortunately. Gina was in there unconscious with the gun in her hand. To confirm would be correct to say that neither of you set foot inside the storeroom. That's right, Gov. That's right. Could have, even if we wanted to. Stuck everything back where we found it and scampered straight into him in the back.
Hold it!
In the black. Yes, whereupon you fired a shot from your own gun at Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Oh, yeah, was a bit hasty there. Was now she was, truth told. Shaking like a leaf when you lot turned up. You're shaking like a leaf, you don't put a loaded gun in your hand. Good advice, miss. Good advice. If you told me, mine went totally blank. Mine went goes totally blank, make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hand. Mental note made, miss. Abby liked it down the street, but apparently we looked dodgy to the coppers at a summit. So they clapped the Darbies on us like winking. You've been handcuffed. The police found this revolver in your possession, correct? Well, yeah. But listen, that proves nothing, doesn't it? Yeah? Couldn't have shot the pawnbroker seat. We never had a chance to be.
Hold it!
And why should we believe that? Huh? What? Well, because it's true, ain't it? The place was totally empty when we went in. At the time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced open the door by the accused who had the gun to his head. In other words, on the night in question, these two witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor, pawnbroker, Mr. Winnick. Correct. Got it, mister. Down to a T. So the Skulkin brothers never actually encountered Mr. Winniebank? Is that really true? I wonder. So what did it say? People extended their testimony? What is it, Riddle? You look very fierce. Or use some herbal tea if you're tired. Oh, thank you, but I'm fine. Being such a logical thinker, you'll probably laugh. But I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something. Something. I'm really feeling I've got no proof to support it. I am really tired. I'm gonna finish this tomorrow. Because we're just starting this and it already took like almost 7 hours to get to this point. And not to mention I already played like an hour and a half of this case the other day. So this probably will go on for at least another 4 hours and I'm really tired. So I'm gonna finish this tomorrow. Because the last case, it's gonna get crazy. I know it's gonna get crazy. But yeah. I'll finish this tomorrow. Thank you for coming out. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just gonna end. Have a good night. Thank you for coming out. See you guys tomorrow. I'm gonna finish it all. And depending on how long it actually takes and how well if I'm like tired or not, I might start the next game. And anyways, see y'all later. Have a good night. Thank you for coming out. And bye-bye. Bye.